Chapter 14 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 14 Some Inventions and Devices of the War. That necessity is the mother of invention. Nothing can be more clearly and fully demonstrate than war. I will devote this chapter to presenting some facts from the last war which illustrates this maxim. As soon as the tocsin of war had sounded, and men were summoned to take the field, a demand was at once made, on both sides of Mason and Dixon's line, for a new class of material, the material of war, for which there had been no demand of consequence for nearly 50 years. The arms, such as they were, had been largely sent south before the outbreak, but they were somewhat old-fashioned, and now that there was a demand for new arms, inventive genius was stimulated to produce better ones. It has always been true, and always will be, that the manufactured products for which there is an extensive demand are the articles which invention will improve upon until they arrive as near perfection as it is possible for the work of human hands to be. Such was the case with the material of war. Invention was stimulated in various directions, but its products appeared most numerous, perhaps, in the changes which the arms, ammunition, and ordnance underwent in their better adaptation to the needs of the hour. The few muskets remaining in the hands of the government in 1861 were used to equip the troops who left first for the seat of war. Then manufacturing began on an immense scale. The government workshops could not produce a tithe of what were wanted, even though running night and day, and so private enterprise was called in to supplement the need. As one illustration, Grover and Baker of Roxbury turned their extensive sewing machine workshop into a rifle manufactory, which employed several hundred hands, and this was only one of a large number in that section. Alger, of South Boston, poured the immense molten masses of his cupolas into the molds of cannon, and his massive steam hammers pounded out and welded the ponderous shafts of gunboats and monitors. The descendants of Paul Revere diverted a part of their yellow metal from the mills which rolled it into sheathing for government ships, to the founding of brass 12-pounders, or Napoleons, as they were called. And many a rebel was laid low by shrapnel or canister hurled through the muzzle of guns, on which was plainly stamped Revere Copper Company, Canton, Massachusetts. Plain, smooth-bore Springfield muskets soon became Springfield rifles, and directly the process of rifling was applied to cannon of various calibers. Then muzzle-loading rifles became breech-loading, and from a breech-loader for a single cartridge the capacity was increased until some of the cavalry regiments that took the field in 1864 went equipped with Henry's 16-shooters, a breech-loading rifle, which the rebels said the Yanks loaded in the morning and fired all day. I met at Chattanooga, Tennessee, recently, Captain Fort, of the old 1st Georgia Regulars, a Confederate regiment of distinguished service. In referring to these repeating rifles, he said that his first encounter with them was near Olustee, Florida. While he was skirmishing with a Massachusetts regiment, the 40th, he found them hard to move, as they seemed to load with marvelous speed, and never to have their fire drawn. Determined to see what sort of firearms were opposed to him, he ordered his men to concentrate their fire on a single skirmisher. They did so, and laid him low, and afterwards secured his repeating rifle, I think a Spencer's 7 or 8 shooter, which they carried along as a great curiosity for some time afterward. In the Navy, invention made equally rapid strides. When the war broke out, the available vessels were mainly a few ships of the line, frigates, and screw steamers. But these could be of little service in such a warfare as was evidently on hand, a warfare which must be carried on in rivers and bays and coastwise generally, where such clumsy and deep-draught vessels could not be used. So sloops of war, gunboats, mortar boats, double-enders, and ironclads came to the front, and the larger old-fashioned craft were used mainly as receiving ships. But with the increase in range and caliber of naval armament came a seeking by invention for something less vulnerable to their power. And after the encounter of the little Yankee cheese box, so called, and the rebel ram Virginia, the question of what should constitute the main reliance of the Navy was definitely settled, and monitors became the idols of the hour. These facts are all matters of well-written history, and I refer to them now only to illustrate the truth of the maxim with which I began the chapter. I wish now to give it still further emphasis by citing some illustrations which the historian has neglected for nobler game. Some of the inventions which I shall refer to were impractical and had only a brief existence. Of course your small inventor and would-be benefactor to his kind clearly foresaw that men who were about to cut loose from the amenities of civil life would be likely to spend money freely in providing themselves before their departure with everything portable that might have a tendency to ameliorate the condition of soldier life. With an eye single to this idea, these inventors took the field. One of the first products of their genius which I recall was a combination knife, fork, and spoon arrangement, which was peddled through the state camping grounds in great numbers and variety. Of course every man must have one. So much convenience in so small a compass must be taken advantage of. It was a sort of soldier's trinity which they all thought that they understood and appreciated. But I doubt whether this invention or the average ever got beyond the first camp in active service. I still have in my possession the remnants of a water filterer in which I invested after enlistment. There was a metallic mouthpiece at one end of a small gutta percha tube, which later was about 15 inches long. At the other end of the tube was a suction chamber, an inch long by a half-inch in diameter, with the end perforated and containing a piece of blocking as a filter. Midway of the tubing was an air chamber. The tubing long since dried and crumbled away from the metal. It is possible that I used this instrument half a dozen times, though I do not recall a single instance, and on breaking camp just before the Gettysburg campaign, I sent it, with some other effects, northward. I remember another filterer, somewhat simpler. It consisted of the same kind of mouthpiece, with rubber tubing attached to a small conical pieces of pumice stone, through which the water was filtered. Neither of these was ever of any practical value. I have spoken of the rapid improvements made in arms. This improvement extended to all classes of firearms alike. Revolvers were no exceptions, and Colt's revolver, which monopolized the field for some time, was soon crowded in the race by Smith & Wesson, Remington, and others. Thousands of them were sold monthly, and the newly fledged soldier, who did not possess a revolver, either by his own purchase or as a present from solicitous relatives, or admiring friends, or enthusiastic business associates, was something of a curiosity. Of course, a present of this kind necessitated an outfit of special ammunition, and such was at once procured. But the personal armory of many heroes was not even then complete, and a dirk knife, a real Arkansas toothpick, was no unusual sight to be seen hanging from the belt of some of the incipient but bloodthirsty warriors. The little town of Ashby in Massachusetts, in one of its earliest war meetings, voted, "that each volunteer shall be provided with a revolver, a bowie knife, and a Bible, and shall also receive $10 in money." The thought did not appear to find lodgment in the brain of the average soldier or his friends, that by the time the government had provided him with what arms, ammunition, and equipments it was thought of necessary for him to have, he would then be loaded with about all he could bear, without adding a personal armory and magazine. Nor did he realize that which afterwards in his experience must have come upon him with convincing force, that by the time he had done his duty faithfully and well with the arms which the government had placed in his hands, there would be little opportunity or need, even if his ambition still held out, to fall back on his personal arsenal for further supplies. Members of the later regiments got their eyes opened to this fact, either through correspondence with men at the front, or by having been associated with others who had seen service. But the troops of 61 and 62 took out hundreds of revolvers only to lose them, give them away, or throw them away, and as many regiments were forbidden by their colonels to wear them, a large number were sent back to the North. Revolvers were probably cheaper in Virginia, in those years, than in any other state in the Union. There was another invention that must have been sufficiently popular to have paid the manufacturer a fair rate on his investment, and that was the steel armor enterprise. There were a good many men who were anxious to be heroes, but they were particular. They preferred to be live heroes. They were willing to go to war and fight as never man fought before, if they could only be insured against bodily harm. They were not willing to assume all the risks which an enlistment involved, without securing something in the shape of a drawback. Well, the Iron Tailors saw and appreciated the situation and sufferings of this class of men, and came to the rescue with a vest of steel armor, worth, as I remember it, about $12 in greaves. The latter, I think, did not find so ready a market as the vests, which were comparatively common. These iron-clad warriors admitted that when panoplied for the flight, their sensations were much as they might be if they were dressed up in an old-fashioned, air-tight stove. Still, with all the discomforts of this easing, they felt a little safer with it on than off in battle, and they reasoned that it was the right and duty of every man to adopt all honorable measures to assure his safety in the line of duty. This seems solid reasoning, surely, but, in spite of it all, a large number of these vests never saw rebeldom. Their owners were subjected to such a storm of ridicule that they could not bear up under it. It was a stale yet common joke to remind them that in action these vests were to be worn behind. Then, too, the ownership of one of them was taken as evidence of faint-heartedness. Of this the owner was often reminded, so that when it came to the packing of the knapsack for departure, the vest, taking as it did considerable space, and adding no small weight to its already too heavy burden, was in many cases left behind. The officers, whose opportunity to take baggage along was greater, clung to them longest, but I think that they were quite generally abandoned with the first important reduction made in the luggage. One of the first supposed to be useful, if not ornamental, stupidities, which some of the earlier troops took to themselves by order, was the havelock. True, its invention antedated the time of which I speak. It was a foreign conception, and derived its name from an English general who distinguished himself in the war in India, where they were worn in 1857. It was a simple covering of white linen for the cap, with a cape depending for the protection of the neck from the sun. They may have been very essential to the comfort of the troops in the eastern climate, but, while whole regiments went south with them, if one of these articles survived active service 3 months, I have yet to hear of it. Then there were fancy patent leather haversacks, with 2 or 3 compartments for the assortment of rations, which Uncle Sam was expected to furnish. But those who invested in them were somewhat disgusted at a little later stage of their service, when they were ordered to throw away all such high-toned trappings and adopt the regulation pattern of painted cloth. This was a bag about a foot square, with a broad strap for the shoulder, to which soldiers soon learned to bundle all their food and table furniture, which, I think, I have elsewhere stated, after a day's hard march, were always found in such delightful hodgepodge. Now and then an invention was to be found which was a real convenience. I still have in my possession such a one, an article which, when not in use, is a compact roll 8½ inches long and 2 inches in diameter, and designed to hold pens, ink, and paper. Unrolled, it makes a little tablet of the length given, and 5½ inches wide, which was my writing desk when no better was to be had. The Turkish fez, with pendant tassel, was seen on the heads of some soldiers. Zouave regiments wore them. They did very well to lie around camp in, and in a degree marked their owner as a somewhat conspicuous man among his fellows, but they were not tolerated on line. A few of them ever survived, the first 3 months campaigning. And this recalls the large number of the soldiers of '62 who did not wear the forage cap furnished by the government. They bought the McClellan caps, so called, at the hatter's instead, which in most cases faded out in a month. This the government caps did not do with all their awkward appearance. They may have been coarse and unfashionable to the eye, but the colors would stand. Nearly every man embellished his cap with a number or letter of his company and regiment and the appropriate emblem. For infantry, this emblem is a bugle; for artillery, 2 crossed cannons; and for cavalry, 2 crossed sabres. One other item occurs to me, not entirely germane to the chapter, yet interesting enough to warrant its insertion. This was the great care exercised to have all equipments prominently marked with the regiment company, and state to which the owner belonged. For example, on the back of the knapsack of every man in the regiment appeared in large lettering something like the Company B, 33rd New York Regiment, or, if it was light artillery, this 10th Mass Battery. Nor did the advertising stop here, for the haversacks and canteens were often similarly labeled, and yet, at the time, it seemed necessary to somebody that it should be done. At any rate, nobody found any fault with it, and if it had been thought desirable that each article of apparel should be similarly placarded, there would have been a general acquiescence on the part of the untutored citizen soldiery, who were in the best of humor, and with Pope, Alexander, not John, seemed to agree that, "whatever is right." But how many of these loudly marked equipments survived the strife? Perhaps not one. The knapsack may have been thrown aside in the first battle, and a simple roll composed of the woolen and rubber blanket substituted for it. The haversacks and canteens were soon lost, and new ones took their place, and they lasted just as long, and were just as safe as if conspicuously marked. One of the comical sights of the service was to see rebel prisoners brought in having strapped on their backs knapsacks bearing just such labeling as that which I have quoted. Of course, these were trophies which they had either taken from prisoners, or had picked up on some battlefield, or in the wake of the Union army, and appropriated to their own use. The light artillerymen went to the front decorated with brass scales on their shoulders, but, finding an utter absence of such ornaments on the persons of soldiers who had been in action, and feeling sensitive about being known as recruits, these decorations soon disappeared. Theoretically, they were worn to ward off the blows of a saber aimed by cavalrymen at the head. Practically, it is doubtful whether they ever served such a purpose. End of chapter 14. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 15 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Army Mule. 2 teamsters have paused in the shade of the pool, rehearsing the tricks of the old army mule. They have little to say of the blue and the gray, which they wore when the garments meant shedding of blood. They're discussing the mule and Virginia mud. It has often been said that the South could not have been worsted in the rebellion had it not been for the steady reinforcement brought to the Union side by the mule. To just what extent his services hastened the desired end, it would be impossible to compute, but it is admitted by both parties to the war that they were invaluable. It may not be generally known that Kentucky is the chief mule-producing state of the Union, with Missouri next, while St. Louis is perhaps the best mule market in the world. But the entire Southwest does something at mule-raising. Mules vary more in size than horses. The largest and best come from Kentucky. The smaller ones are the result of a cross with the Mexican mustang. These were also extensively used. General Grant says, in his Memoirs, Volume 1, page 69, that while Taylor's army was at Matamoros, contracts were made for mules between American traders and Mexican smugglers at from $8 to $11 each. But the main source of supply for the Western states, where they are very generally used, for the South, and for the government, during wartime, was Kentucky. When the war broke out, efforts were made by Governor Magoffin of that state, or rather by the legislature, for the governor was in full sympathy with the rebels, to have that commonwealth remain neutral. For this reason, when the general government attempted to purchase mules there in 1861, they were refused. But in the course of a few weeks, the neutrality nonsense was pretty thoroughly knocked out of the authorities. Kentucky took its stand on the side of the Union, and the United States government began and continued its purchase of mules there in increasing numbers till the close of the war. What were these mules used for? Well, I have related elsewhere that, when the war broke out, thousands of soldiers came pouring into Washington for its defense, and afterwards went by thousands into other sections of rebeldom. To supply these soldiers with the necessary rations, forage, and camp equipage, and keep them supplied, thousands of wagons were necessary. Some of the regiments took these wagons with them from their native state, but most did not. Some of the wagons were drawn by mules already owned by the government, and more mules were purchased from time to time. The great advantage possessed by these animals over horses was not at that period fully appreciated, so that horses were also used in large numbers. But the magnitude of the rebellion grew apace. Regiments of cavalry, each requiring 1,200 horses, and light batteries 110, were now rapidly organizing, calling for an abundance of horseflesh. Then disease, exposure, and hard usage consumed a great many more, so that these animals naturally grew scarcer as the demand increased. For certain kinds of work, horses must be had. Mules would not do. The horse was good for any kind of service, as a beast of burden, up to the limits of his endurance. Not so his half-brother the mule. The latter was more particular as to the kind of service he performed. Like a great many bipeds that entered the army, he preferred to do military duty in the safe rear. As a consequence, if he found himself under fire at the front, he was wont to make a stir in his neighborhood until he got out of such inhospitable surroundings. This nervousness totally unfitted him for artillery or cavalry service. He must therefore be made available for draft in the trains, the ammunition and forage trains, the supply and bridge trains. So, as rapidly as it could conveniently be done, mules took the place of horses in all the trains, 6 mules replacing 4 horses. Aside from this nervousness under fire, mules have a great advantage over horses in being better able to stand hard usage, bad feed, or no feed, and neglect generally. They can travel over rough ground unharmed, where horses would be lamed or injured in some way. They will eat brush and not be very hungry to do it either. When forage was short, the drivers were wont to cut branches and throw before them for their refreshment. One M.D., mule driver, tells of having his army overcoat partly eaten by one of his team, actually chewed and swallowed. The operation made the driver blue, if the diet did not thus affect the mule. In organizing a 6-mule team, a large pair of heavy animals were selected for the pole, a smaller size for the swing, and a still smaller pair for leaders. There were advantages in this arrangement. In the first place, in going through a miry spot, the small leaders soon placed themselves, by their quick movements, on firm footing, where they can take hold and pull the pole mules out of the wallow. Again, with a good heavy steady pair of wheel mules, the driver can restrain the smaller ones, that are more apt to be frisky and reckless at times, and, assisted by the brake, hold back his loaded wagon in descending a hill. Then there is more elasticity in such a team when well trained, and a good driver could handle them much more gracefully and dexterously than he could the same number of horses. It was really wonderful to see some of the experts drive these teams. The driver rides the near pole mule, holding in his left hand a single rein. This connects with the bits of the near lead mule. By pulling this rein, of course, the brutes would go to the left. To direct them to the right, one or more short jerks of it were given, accompanied by a sort of gibberish which the mule drivers acquired in the business, the bits of the lead mules being connected by an iron bar. Whatever movement was made by the near one directed the movements of the off one. The pole mules were controlled by short reins which hung over their necks. The driver carried in his right hand his black snake, that is, his black leather whip, which was used with much effect on occasion. When mules were brought to the army, they were enclosed in what was called a corral. To this place the driver in quest of a mule must repair to make and take his selection, having the proper authority to do so. I will illustrate how it is done. Here is a figure representing a corral, having on the inside a fence running from A to C. AD and BE are pairs of bars. The driver enters the yard, mounted, and, having selected the mule he wants, drives him towards BE. The bars at AD being up, and those at BE being down, the mule advances, and the bars BE are put up behind him. He is now enclosed in the small space indicated by ABDE. The mule driver then mounts the fence, bridles the brute of his choice, lets down the bars at AD, and takes him out. Why does he bridle him from the fence? Well, because the mule is an uncertain animal. In making his selection, the driver did not always draw a prize. Sometimes his mule would be kind and tractable, and sometimes not. Of course he would saddle him, and start to ride him to camp. But the mule is not always docile under the saddle. He too often has a mind of his own. He may go along all right, or, if he is tricky, he may suddenly pause, bracing his forefeet and settling down on his hind ones, as if he had suddenly happened to think of the girl he left behind him, and was debating whether or not to go back after her. It is when the mule strikes such an attitude as this, I suppose, that Josh Billings calls him a stubborn fact. But the driver? Well, if at that moment he was off his guard, he would get off without previous preparation, as a man sometimes sits down on ice and looks at the mule. If, however, he was on the alert and well prepared, the mule, in the end, would generally come off second best. I have referred to the black snake. It was the badge of authority with which the mule driver enforced his orders. It was the panacea for all the ills to which mule flesh was heir. It was a common sight to see a 6-mule team, when left to itself, get into an entanglement seeming inextricably mixed, unless it was unharnessed. But the appearance of the driver with his black wand would change the scene as if by magic. As the heel cord of Achilles was his only vulnerable part, so the ears of the mule seemed to be the development through which his reasoning faculties could be the most quickly and surely reached, and 1 or 2 cracks of the whip on or near these little monuments, accompanied by the driver's very expressive ejaculation in the mule tongue, which I can only describe as a kind of cross between an unearthly screech and a groan, had the effect to disentangle them unaided and make them stand as if it were a present to their master. When off duty in camp, they were usually hitched to the pole of their wagon, 3 on either side, and here, between meals, they are often as antic as kittens or puppies at play, leaping from one side of the pole to the other, lying down, tumbling over, and biting each other, until perhaps all 6 would be an apparently confused heap of mule. If the driver appeared at such a crisis with his black ear-trumpet, 1 second was long enough to dissolve the pile into its original mule atoms, and arrange them again on either side of the pole, looking as orderly and innocent as if on inspection. An educated mule driver was, in his little sphere, as competent a disciplinarian as the colonel of a regiment. Nor did he always secure the prompt and exact obedience above described by application of the black snake alone, or even when accompanied by the sternest objurgations delivered in the mule dialect. He was a terror to his subjects in yet another way. And old soldiers will sustain me in the assertion that the propulsive power of the mule driver was increased many-fold by the almost unlimited stock of profanity with which he greeted the sensitive ears of his muleship, when the latter was stubborn. I have seen mules, but now most obdurate, jump into their collars the next moment, with the utmost determination to do their whole duty when one of those Gatling guns of curses opened fire upon them. Some reader may prefer to adjudge as a reason for this good behavior the fear of the black snake, which was likely to be applied close upon the volley of oaths, but I prefer to assign as a motive the mule's interest in the advancement of good morals. In all seriousness, however, dealing only with the fact, without attempting to prove or deny justification for it, it is undoubtedly true that the mule drivers, when duly aroused, could produce a deeper cerulean tint in the surrounding atmosphere than any other class of men in the service. The theory has been advanced that if all these professional M.D.s in the trains of the Army of the Potomac could have been put into the trenches around Petersburg and Richmond in the fall of 1864, and have been safely advanced to within earshot of the enemy, then, at a signal, set to swearing simultaneously at their level worst, the rebels would either have thrown down their arms and surrendered then and there, or have fled incontinently to the fastnesses of the Blue Ridge. There may have been devout mule drivers in Sherman's army, but I never saw one east. They may have been pious on taking up this important work. They were certainly impious before laying it down. Nevertheless, in these later days, when they were living better lives, any twinge of conscience which they may occasionally feel must be relieved by the knowledge that General Grant has given them credit for being able to swear a mule team out of the mud when it could not be moved by any other process. I have stated that the mule was uncertain, as to his intentions. He cannot be trusted even when appearing honest and affectionate. His reputation as a kicker is world-wide. He was the mugwump of the service. The mule that will not kick is a curiosity. A veteran relates how, after the Battle of Antietam, he saw a colored mule driver approach his mules that were standing unhitched from the wagons, when, presto, one of them knocked him to the ground in a twinkling with one of those unexpected, instantaneous kicks for which the mule is peerless. Slowly picking himself up, the negro walked deliberately to his wagon, took out a long stake the size of his arm, returned with the same moderate pace to his muleship, dealt him a stunning blow on the head with the stake, which felled him to the ground. The stake was returned with the same deliberation. The mule lay quiet for a moment, then arose, shook his head. A truce was declared, and driver and mule were at peace and understood each other. Here is another illustration of misplaced confidence. On the road to Harper's Ferry, after the Antietam campaign in 1862, the colored cook of the headquarters of the 60th New York Regiment picked up a large and respectable-looking mule, to whom, with the cook's usual foresight and ambition, he attached all the paraphernalia of the cook-house together with his own personal belongings, and settled himself down proudly on his back among them. All went on serenely for a time, the mule apparently accepting the situation with composure, until the Potomac was reached at Harper's Ferry. On arriving in the middle of the pontoon bridge upon which the army was crossing, from some unexplained reason, perhaps because on looking into the water he saw himself as others saw him, the mule lifted up his voice in one of those soul-harrowing brays for which he is famous, or infamous, and, lifting his hind legs aloft, in the next moment tossed his entire burden of cook and cook-house into the river, where, weighted down with mess kettles and other utensils of his craft, The cook must have drowned had not members of the regiment come to his rescue. Not at all daunted by this experience, the cookee harnessed the mule again as before, led him across the remaining portion of the bridge, where he remounted and settled himself among his household goods once more, where all was well till the Shenandoah was reached. Here, with another promontory blast of his nasal trumpet, the mule once more dumped his load into the rapid, rolling river, when the cook lost all confidence in mules as beasts of burden, and abandoned him. Josh Billings says somewhere that if he had a mule who would neither kick nor bite, he would watch him dreadful close, till he found out where his malice did lay. This same humorous must have had some experience with the mule, for he has said some very bright and pat things concerning him. Here are a few that I recall. To break a mule, begin at his head. To find the solid contents of a mule's hind leg, feel of it closely. The man who won't believe anything he can't see ain't so wise as a mule, for they will kick at anything in the dark. The only thing which makes a mule so highly respectable is the great accuracy of his kicking. The mule is a sure-footed animal. I have known him to kick a man 15 feet off 10 times in a second. These are a few samples, most all of which have reference to his great ability as a kicker. Unquestionably he had no equal in this field of amusement. To him, his legs were small, his feet were small, but his ambition in this direction was large. He could kick with wonderful accuracy, as a matter of fact. Mule drivers tell me he could kick a fly off his ear as he walked along in the team, with unerring accuracy. This being so, of course larger objects were never missed when they were within range, but the distance included within a mule's range had often to be decided by 2 or 3 expensive tests. One driver whom I well knew was knocked over with a mule's hind foot while standing directly in front of him. This shows something of their range. I have remarked, in substance, that the mule was conquered only by laying hold of or striking his ears. It may be asked how he was shed if he was such a kicker. To do this, one of 2 methods was adopted, either to sling him up as oxen are slung, then strap his feet or walk him into a noose, and cast him by drawing it around his legs. Of course he would struggle violently for a while, but when he gave in, it was all over for that occasion, and he was as docile under the smith's hands as a kitten. Being surer-footed and more agile than a horse, of course he gets into fewer bad places or entanglements, but once in, and having made a desperate struggle for his relief, and failing, he seems utterly discouraged, and neither whip nor persuasion can move him. Then, as in the shoeing, the driver can handle him with the utmost disregard of heels, but when once in his feet again, stand aside. He has a short memory. He lives in the future, and his heels are in business as usual at the old stand. I need not comment on the size of the mule's ears. Of course, everybody who has seen them knows them to be abnormal in size, but disproportionately large though they may be, there is one other organ in his possession which surpasses them. That is his voice. This is something simply tremendous. That place which the guinea fowl occupies among the feathered bipeds of the barnyard in this respect, the mule holds facile princeps among the domestic quadrupeds. The poets who lived in the same time with Pericles said of the latter that, "he lightened, thundered, and agitated all Greece," so powerful was his eloquence. So likewise, when the mule raised his voice, all opposition was silent before him, for nothing short of rattling, crashing thunder, as it seemed, could successfully compete for precedence with him. In addition to his great usefulness in the train, he was used a good deal under a pack-saddle. Each regiment usually had one, that brought up the rear on the march, loaded with the implements of the cook-house, sometimes with nothing to be seen but head and tail, so completely was he covered in. They were generally conveyed by a colored man. Sometimes these strong-minded creatures, in crossing a stream, would decide to lie down, all encumbered as they were, right in the middle, and down they would settle, in spite of the ludicrous opposition and pathetic protests of the convoy. Of course, there was no balm to his wound to have the passing column of soldiers keep up a running fire or banter, but there was no redress or relief to be had until his muleship got ready to move on, which was generally after every ounce of his burden had been stripped off and placed on terra firma. When the army was lying in line of battle in such close proximity to the enemy that the ammunition wagons could not safely approach it, 2 boxes were taken and strapped on a mule, one on each side, to keep his balance true, and thus the troops were supplied when needed. At the terrible battle of Spotsylvania, May 12, 1864, a steady line of pack mules, loaded with ammunition, filed up the open ravine, opposite the captured salient, for nearly 20 hours, in that way supplying our forces, who were so hotly engaged there. Rations were furnished in the same manner under similar circumstances, but now and then a mule would be down under his burden and refuse to budge. Grant says, Volume 1, page 106, quote, "I am not aware of ever having used a profane expletive in my life, but I would have the charity to excuse those who may have done so if they were in charge of a train of Mexican pack mules at the time," end quote, alluding to an experience in the Mexican War. I believe I have stated that the mule much preferred to do military duty in the safe rear. But if there was anything which the war proved with the utmost clearness to both Yanks and Rebs, it was that there was surely no safe rear. This being so, the vivacious mules did not always have a plain and peaceful pilgrimage as a member of the wagon train. I vividly recall the enjoyment of my company during Lee's final retreat, whenever our guns were unlimbered, as they were again and again, to be trained on the columns of retreating wagon trains. The explosion of a shell or two over or among them would drive the long ears wild and render them utterly unmanageable, and the driver's best and often his only recourse was to let them go if there was room ahead. But one demoralized, disorganized 6-mule team would sometimes so effectively block the way, when the road was narrow and the pursuit close, as to cause the captors of that part of the train behind it. Were any ex-Johnny M.D. to read this chuckling over the misfortunes of his craft, and not quite appreciate my enjoyment, I should at once assure him that there are some Yank M.D.s who can heartily sympathize with him, having had a like experience. From what I have stated, it will be seen that the mule would be very unreliable in cavalry service, for in action he would be so wild that if he did not dismount his rider, he would carry even the most valiant from the scene of conflict, or, what was just as likely, rush madly into the ranks of the enemy. The same observations would suit equally well as objections to his service with artillery. On the 5th of April, 1865, during the retreat of Lee, we came upon a batch of wagons and a battery of steel guns, of the Armstrong pattern, I think, which Sheridan's troopers had cut out of the enemy's retreating trains. The guns had apparently never been used since their arrival from England. The harnesses were of russet leather and equally new, but the battery was drawn by a sorry-looking lot of horses and mules, indiscriminately mingled. My explanation for finding mules thus tacked was that the horses were scarce, and that it was not expected to use the guns at present, but simply to get them off safely, but that if it became necessary to use them, they would do so with comparative safety to the mules, as the guns were of very long range. I should have pronounced these particular mules safe anywhere, even under a hot fire, if extreme emaciation had been a sure index of departed strength and nerve in this variety of brute. That is not mule at all. The next day, at Sailor's Creek, my corps, 2nd, after a short, sharp contest, made a capture of 13 flags, 3 guns, 1,300 prisoners, and over 200 army wagons, with their mules. And such mules, the skinniest and boniest animals that I ever saw still retaining life, I sincerely believe. For a full week they had been on the go, night and day, with rare and brief halts for rest or food. Just before their capture they would seem to have gone down a long hill into a valley, a literal valley of humiliation as it proved, for they were compelled to stay and surrender, either from inability to climb the opposite hill and get away, or else because there was not opportunity for them to do so before our forces came upon them. And yet, in spite of the worn and wasted state of these teams, it is doubtful if their kicking capacity was materially reduced by it. The question frequently raised among old soldiers is, what became of all the army mules? There are thousands of these men who will take a solemn oath that they never saw a dead mule during the war. They can tell you of the carcasses of horses which dotted the lines of march, animals which had fallen out from exhaustion or disease, and left by the roadside for the buzzards and crows. These they can recall by hundreds, but not the dimmest picture of a single dead mule, and they will assure you that, to the best of their knowledge and belief, the government did not lose one of these animals during the war. I recently conversed with an old soldier who remembered having once seen, on the march, the 4 hoofs of a mule, those and nothing more, and the conclusion that he arrived at was that the mule, in a fit of temper, had kicked off his hoofs and gone up. Another soldier, a mule driver, remembers of seeing a mule team which had run off the corduroy road into a mire of quicksand. The wagon had settled down till its body rested in the mire, but nothing of the team was visible save the ear-tips of the off-pole mule. As a fact, however, the mules, though tough and hardy, died of disease much as did the horses. Glanders took off a great many, and black tongue, a disease peculiar to them, caused the death of many more. But, with all their outs, they were of invaluable service to the armies, and well deserved the good opinions which came to prevail regarding their many excellent qualities as beasts of burden. Here is an incident of the war in which the mule was the hero of the hour. On the night of October 28, 1863, General Geary's division of the 12th Corps repulsed the attacking forces of Longstreet at Wanhatchee, Tennessee. About 200 mules, affrighted by the din of battle, rushed in the darkness into the midst of Wade Hampton's rebel troops, creating something of a panic among them, and causing a portion of them to fall back, supposing that they were attacked by cavalry. Someone in the Union army, who knew the circumstances, taking Tennyson's Charge of the Light Brigade as a basis, composed and circulated the following description of the ludicrous event. Charge of the Mule Brigade. Half a mile, half a mile, half a mile onward, 8 through the Georgia troops, broke the 200. Forward the Mule Brigade, charge for the Rebs they neighed, straight for the Georgia troops, broke the 200. Forward the Mule Brigade, was there a mule dismayed? Not when the long ears felt all their ropes sundered. There's not to make reply, there's not to reason why, there's but to make Rebs fly. On, to the Georgia troops, broke the 200. Mules to the right of them, mules to the left of them, mules behind them, pawed, neighed, and thundered, breaking their own confines, breaking through Longstreet's lines, into the Georgia troops, stormed the 200. With all their eyes did glare, whisked all their tails in air, scattering the chivalry there, while all the world wondered. Not a mule back bestraddled, yet how they all skedaddled, fled every Georgian, unsabred, unsaddled, scattered and sundered, how they were routed there by the 200. Mules to the right of them, mules to the left of them, mules behind them, pawed, neighed, and thundered. Followed by hoof and head, full many a hero fled, fain in the last ditch dead, back from Manassas' jaw, all that was left of them, left by the 200. When can their glory fade? Oh, the wild charge they made! All the world wondered. Honor the charge they made! Honor the Mule Brigade! Long-eared 200. The following plaint in behalf of this veteran quadruped will close this sketch. The Army Mule in Time of Peace. That men are ungrateful can plainly be seen in the case of that mule standing out on the green. His features are careworn, bowed down is his head, his spirit is broken, his hopes have all fled. He thinks of the time when the battle raged sore, when he mingled his bray with the cannon's loud roar, when Uncle Sam's soldiers watched for him to come, hauling stores of provisions and powder and rum, when his coming was greeted with cheers and huzzas, and the victory turned on the side of the stars. These thoughts put new life into rickety bones. He prances just once, then falls over and groans. A vision comes over his poor mulish mind, and he sees Uncle Sam with his agents behind, granting pensions by thousands to all who apply, from the private so low to the officer high, to the rich and the poor, the wise man and fool. But alas, there is none for the poor army mule. End of chapter 15. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 16 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hospitals and Ambulances. The sketch embodied in this chapter is an attempt in a limited space to give the public a more adequate idea of the medical department of the Army, what it was, how it grew up, and something of what it accomplished. I enter upon it with a quasi-apology for its incompleteness, understanding fully how inadequate any mere sketch must be regarded by those whose labors in this department made its record one of the most remarkable in the history of the war. Yet, like all other topics treated in this volume, it must undergo abridgment, and I can only hope that what is presented will, in some degree, do justice to this much neglected but very interesting theme in the Rebellion's annals. At the time of the Battle of Bull Run, there was no plan in operation by which the wounded in that battle were cared for. Before this engagement took place, while the troops were lying in and around Washington, general hospitals had been established to provide for the sick. For this purpose, 5 or 6 hotels, seminaries, and infirmaries in Washington and Georgetown, and 2 or 3 in Alexandria, had been taken possession of, and these were all the hospital accommodations to be found at the end of the first 3 months. So general was the opinion that the war would be speedily ended that no one thought of such a thing as building permanent structures for hospital purposes. But this condition of affairs soon after changed. Preparations for war were made on a much grander scale. The Army of the Potomac, under the molding hands of McClellan, was assuming form, and the appointment by him, August 12, 1861, of Surgeon Charles S. Tripler as medical director of that army, indicated a purpose of having a medical department set on foot and put in completeness for active service. Let us pause and glance at the situation as he found it, and we may perhaps the better appreciate the full magnitude of the task which he had before him. Army regulations were the written law to which it was attempted to have everything conform as far as possible. But when these regulations were drafted, there was no expectation of such a war as finally came upon us, and to attempt to confine so large an army as then existed to them as a guide was as impossible and absurd as for the full-grown man to wear the suit of clothes he cast off at 10 years. New times demand new measures and new men, and so in certain directions Army regulations had to be ignored. For example, they provided only for the establishment of regimental and general hospitals. A regimental hospital is what its name indicates, the hospital of a particular regiment. But if such a hospital became full, or received some patients whose ailments were not likely to submit readily to treatment, such cases were sent to a general hospital, that is, one into which patients were taken regardless of the regiment to which they belonged. But in these early war times, in the absence of a system, any patient who was able could at his pleasure leave one general hospital and go to another for any reason which seemed sufficient to him, or he could desert the service entirely. By general orders issued from the War Department, May 25, 1861, governors of states were directed to appoint a surgeon and assistant general for each regiment. The men appointed were for the most part country physicians, many of them with little practice, who, on reaching the field, were, in some respects, as ignorant of their duties under the changed conditions as if they had not been educated to the practice of medicine, and the medical director of the army found his hands more than full in attempting to get them to carry out his wishes. So, to simplify his labors, and also to increase the efficiency of his department, brigade hospitals were organized about the beginning of 1862, and by general orders from the War Department, brigade surgeons were appointed with the rank of major and assigned to the staffs of brigadier generals. These brigade surgeons had supervision of the surgeons of their brigades and exercised this duty under the instructions of the medical director. The regimental hospitals in the field were sometimes tents and sometimes dwellings or barns near the camp. It was partly to relieve these that the brigade hospitals were established. The latter were located near their brigade or division. The hospital tent I have already described at some length. I may add here that those in use for hospital purposes before the war were 24 feet long by 14 feet 6 inches wide and 11 feet 6 inches high, but owing to their great bulk and weight and the difficulty of pitching them in windy weather, their size was reduced in 1860 to 14 feet by 14 feet 6 inches and 11 feet high in the center, with the walls 4 feet 6 inches and a fly 21 feet 6 inches by 14 feet. Each of these was designed to accommodate 8 patients comfortably. Army regulations assigned 3 such tents to a regiment, together with 1 Sibley and 1 wedge or A tent. The Sibley tent I have likewise quite fully described. I will only add here that, not having a fly, it was very hot in warm weather. Then, on account of its center pole and the absence of walls, it was quite contracted and inconvenient. For these reasons, it was little used for hospital purposes, and not used at all after the early part of the war. The hospital tents of the Army of the Potomac were heated for the most part by what was called, for some reason, the California plan. This consisted of a pit dug just outside the hospital door, 2.5 feet deep, from which a trench passed through the tent, terminating outside the other end in a chimney built of barrels, or in such a manner as I have elsewhere described. This trench was covered throughout its entire extent with iron plates, which were issued by the quartermaster's department for that purpose. The radiation of the heat from these plates kept the tent very comfortable. The honor of organizing the first field hospital in tents is said to belong to Dr. B.J.D. Irwin, U.S. Army, of the Army of the Ohio. It occurred at the Battle of Shiloh. While establishing a hospital near the camp of Prentice's division of that army, which had been captured the day before, the abandoned tents, still standing, suggested themselves to him as a convenient receptacle for his wounded. He at once appropriated the camp for this purpose, and laid it out in systematic form. It was clearly shown by this and succeeding experiences during the war that the wounded treated under canvas did better and recovered more rapidly than those treated in permanent hospitals. As fast as they could be procured, hospital tents were furnished, 3 to a regiment, in accordance with the provision of Army regulations referred to. Each regiment provided its own nurses and cooks. In general hospitals, 1 nurse was allowed to 10 patients and 1 cook to 30. The capacity of a regimental hospital tent, like a stagecoach, varied according to the demand for room. I have said they were designed to accommodate 8. An old Army surgeon says, only 6 can be comfortably accommodated in one of them, 3 on each side. But when the surgeons were crowded with the wounded, it was a common practice to set 2 long, narrow boards edgewise through the center of the tent, about 20 inches apart. If boards were wanting, 2 good-sized poles were cut and used instead. Between these was the passage for the surgeons and nurses. Behind the boards or poles, a filling of straw or fine boughs was made and covered with blankets. On these latter could be placed 20 patients, 10 on either side, but they were crowded. When 6 single cots were put in one of these tents, 3 on each side, ample space was afforded to pass among them. In the latter part of 1861, the government, realizing its pressing needs, began to build general hospitals for the comfort and accommodation of its increasing thousands of sick and wounded, continuing to build as the needs increased to the very last year of the war, when they numbered 205. Before the Civil War, the government had never been supplied with carriages to convey the sick and wounded. Only 2 years before, a board, appointed by the Secretary of War, had adopted for experiment a 4-wheeled and a 2-wheeled carriage. The 4-wheeled vehicle was tried in an expedition sent into New Mexico and was favorably reported on. The 2-wheeled was never tested, but was judged to be the best adapted to badly wounded men, though the contrary proved to be the fact, and so the board reported in favor of adopting these carriages in the ratio of 5 2-wheeled to 1 4-wheeled. When Surgeon Tripler took charge, he found several of these 2-wheeled carriages in Washington, but they were used chiefly as pleasure carriages for the officers or for some other private purpose. This was stopped, for a time at least, and an order was issued leaving 1 to a regiment and requiring the rest to be turned over to the quartermaster's department. But the perversion of ambulances from their proper use, I will add in passing, continued to a greater or less extent till the end of the war. This very year, McClellan issued an order for them not to be used except for the transportation of the sick and wounded, unless by authority of the brigade commander, the medical director, or the quartermaster in charge, and the provost marshal was ordered to arrest officers and confine non-commissioned officers and privates for violation of this order. The most important steps taken towards organizing the medical department and placing it on that thorough basis which distinguished it in the later years of the war were the result of the foresight, energy, and skillful management of Dr. Jonathan Letterman, who was made medical director of the Army of the Potomac on the 19th of June, 1862. His labor was something enormous. It was during the progress of the Peninsular Campaign. All was confusion. Medical supplies were exhausted. Thousands of sick and wounded men were dying for want of proper care and medicine. Yet this campaign, so disastrous in its results to our army from a military point of view, was a valuable teacher in many respects, and one of its most pointed and practical lessons was the necessity shown of having the ambulances organized under a competent head. It remained for Dr. Letterman to appreciate this need and effect an organization which remained practically unchanged till the close of the war. Here is the substance of the plan which he drew up, and which General McClellan approved and published to the Army in Orders August 2, 1862, and which General Meade reissued with some additions and slight changes a little more than a year later. Ambulance Corps. All of the ambulances belonging to an Army Corps were to be placed under the control of the medical director of that corps, for now, in addition to a medical director of the Army, there was a subordinate medical director for each Army Corps. Such an ambulance corps was put into the hands of a captain as commandant. This corps was divided and subdivided into division, brigade, and regimental trains, corresponding to the divisions of the Army Corps to which it belonged, having a first lieutenant in charge of a division, a second lieutenant in charge of a brigade, and a sergeant in charge of a regimental detachment. Besides these, 3 privates, one of them being the driver, were to accompany each ambulance on the march and in the battle. The duties of all these men, both officers and privates, were very carefully defined, as well for camp as for the march and battle. Besides the ambulances, there accompanied each corps 1 medicine wagon and 1 army wagon to a brigade, containing the requisite medicines, dressings, instruments, hospital stores, bedding, medical books, small furniture like tumblers, basins, bedpans, spoons, vials, etc. In addition to the foregoing articles, which were carefully assorted both as to quantity and quality, each ambulance was required to carry in the box beneath the driver's seat, under lock and key, the following articles: 3 bed sacks, 6 2-pound cans beef stock, 1 leather bucket, 3 camp kettles, assorted sizes, 1 lantern and candle, 6 tin plates, 6 tablespoons, 6 tin tumblers, and just before a battle, 10 pounds hard bread were required to be put into the box. There was another scheme which was conceived and carried into execution by Dr. Letterman, which deserves mention in this connection. This was the establishment of field hospitals, in order that the wounded might receive the most prompt and efficient attention during and after an engagement, and that the necessary operations might be performed by the most skillful and responsible surgeons at the earliest moment. Under Surgeon Tripler, there had been rendezvous established in the rear of the army, to which all the wounded were taken for immediate attention before being sent to general hospitals. But there was no recognized system and efficiency in regard to this. Just before an engagement, a field hospital for each division was established. It was made by pitching a suitable number of hospital tents. The location of such a hospital was left to the medical director of the corps. Of course, it must be in the rear of the division, out of all danger, and in a place easily reached by the ambulances. A division hospital of this description was under the charge of a surgeon, who was selected by the surgeon-in-chief of the division. With him was an assistant surgeon, similarly appointed, whose duty it was to pitch the tents, provide straw, fuel, water, etc., and in general make everything ready for the comfort of the wounded. For doing this, the hospital stewards and nurses of the division were placed under his charge, and special details made from the regiments to assist. A kitchen or cook tent must be at once erected, and the cooks put in possession of the articles mentioned as carried in the ambulance boxes and hospital wagons, so that a sufficient amount of nourishing food could be prepared for immediate use. Another assistant surgeon was detailed to keep a complete record of patients, with name, rank, company, and regiment, the nature of their wound, its treatment, etc. He was also required to see to the proper interment of those who died, and the placing of properly marked headboards at their graves. Then there were in each of these division hospitals 3 surgeons selected from the whole division without regard to rank, but solely on account of their known prudence, judgment, and skill, whose duty it was to perform all important operations, or at least be responsible for their performance. 3 other medical officers were detailed to assist these 3. Nor was this all, for the remaining medical officers of the division, except 1 to a regiment, were also required to report at once to the hospital to act as dressers of wounds and assistants generally. In addition to these, a proper number of nurses and attendants were detailed to be on hand. The medical officers left with regiments were required to establish themselves during the fighting in the rear of their respective organizations, at such a distance as not to unnecessarily expose themselves, yet where they could give such temporary aid to the wounded as they should stand in need of. I have said that these hospitals were to be located out of all danger. That statement needs a little modifying. In case the tide of battle turned against our army and it was compelled to retreat, what was before a safe place might at once be converted into a place of great danger. But a hospital could not be struck and its patients moved at a moment's or even a day's warning as a rule, and so it was made the duty of the medical director of a corps to select a sufficient number of medical officers who, in case a retreat was found necessary, should remain in charge of the wounded. When the rebels captured such a hospital, it was their general practice to parole all the inmates, that is, require them to give their word of honor that they would not bear arms again until they had been properly exchanged as prisoners of war. Our government established what were known as parole camps, where such prisoners were required to remain until duly exchanged. I think it can now be readily understood from even this fragmentary sketch how the establishment of these field hospitals facilitated the care of the wounded, and by their systematic workings saved hundreds of lives. With a skillful, energetic man as medical director of the Army, giving his orders to medical directors of the corps, and these carefully superintending surgeons-in-chief of divisions, who in turn held the surgeons and assistant surgeons and officers of ambulance corps to a strict accountability for careful performance of their duties, while the latter fortified themselves by judicious oversight of their subordinates, the result was to place this department of the Army on a footing which endured with the most profitable of results to the service until the close of the war. I vividly remember my first look into one of these field hospitals. It was, I think, on the 27th of November, 1863, during the Mine Run campaign, so called. General French, then commanding the Third Corps, was fighting the Battle of Locust Grove, and General Warren, with the Second Corps, had also been engaged with the enemy, and had driven him from the neighborhood of Robertson's Tavern, in the vicinity of which the terrific Battle of the Wilderness began the following May. Near this tavern, the field hospital of Warren's 2nd Division had been located, and into this I peered while my battery stood in park not far away, awaiting orders. The surgeon had just completed an operation. It was the amputation of an arm about 5 inches below the shoulder, the stump being now carefully dressed and bandaged. As soon as the patient recovered from the effects of the ether, the attendants raised him to a sitting posture on the operating table. At that moment the thought of his wounded arm returned to him, and turning his eyes towards it, they met only the projecting stub. The awful reality dawned upon him for the first time. An arm had gone forever, and he dropped backwards on the table in a swoon. Many a poor fellow like him, brought to the operating table, came to consciousness only to miss an arm or a leg, which perhaps he had begged in his last conscious moments to have spared. But the medical officers first mentioned decided all such cases, and the patient had only to submit. At Peachtree Creek, Colonel Thomas Reynolds of the Western Army was shot in the leg, and while the surgeons were debating the propriety of amputating it, the colonel, who was of Irish birth, begged them to spare it, as it was very valuable, being an imported leg, a piece of wit which saved the gallant officer his leg, although he became so much of a cripple that he was compelled to leave the service. It has been charged that limbs and arms were often uselessly sacrificed by the operators, that they were especially fond of amputating, and just as likely to amputate for a flesh wound as for a fractured bone, on the ground that they could do it more quickly than they could dress the wound, that it made a neater job, thus gratifying professional pride. But how the victim might feel about it, or be affected by it, then or thereafter, did not seem to enter their thoughts. It is undoubtedly true that many flesh wounds were so ugly that the only safety for the patient lay in amputation. A fine fellow, both as a man and a soldier, belonging to my company, lost his arm from a flesh wound, needlessly, as he and his friends always asserted and believed. A corporal of the 1st Massachusetts Heavy Artillery suffered a compound fracture of the left knee joint from a piece of shell by which he was struck at the Battle of Hatcher's Run, October 27, 1864. In the course of time he reached the Lincoln hospitals. Well do I remember them as they stood on Capitol Hill, where they were erected just before the bloody repulse at Fredericksburg, where a surgeon decided that his leg must come off, and after instructing the nurse to prepare him for the operating room, left the ward. But the corporal talked the matter over with a wounded cavalryman — this was a year when cavalrymen were wounded quite generally — and decided that his leg must not come off. So, obtaining the loaded revolver of his comrade, he put it under his pillow and awaited the reappearance of the surgeon. He returned not long after, accompanied by 2 men with a stretcher, and approached the cot. "What are you going to do?" asked the corporal. "My boy, we will have to take your leg off," was the reply of the surgeon. "Not if I know myself," rejoined the corporal, with determination expressed in both looks and language. For a moment the surgeon was taken aback by the soldier's resolute manner, but directly he turned to the men and said, "Come, boys, take him up carefully," whereupon the stretcher-bearers advanced to obey the order. At the same instant the corporal drew the revolver from beneath his pillow, cocked it, and in a voice which carried conviction exclaimed, "The man that puts a hand on me dies." At this the men stepped back, and the surgeon tried to reason with the corporal, assuring him that in no other way could his life be saved. But the corporal persisted in declaring that if he died, it should be with both legs on. At that, Sawbones, as the men used to call them, lost his temper and sought out the surgeon in general charge, with whom he soon returned to the corporal. This head surgeon, first by threats and afterwards by persuasion, tried to secure the revolver, but failing to do so, turned away, exclaiming with an oath, "Let the damn fool keep it and die." But a moment after, on second thought, he said to the first surgeon that as they wanted a subject to try the water cure on, he thought this corporal would meet that want. After obtaining a promise from the surgeon that he would not himself take the leg off or allow anyone else to, the corporal assented to this proposition. A can was then arranged over the wounded knee in such a manner as to drop water on a cloth which enwrapped it day and night, and a cure was finally effected. This is the substance of the story as I received it from the lips of the corporal himself, who, let me say in passing, was reduced to the rank of private and mustered out of the service as such for daring to keep 2 whole legs under him. His bravery in the hour of peril, to him, deserved better things from his country than that. But to return to the field hospital again. On the ground lay one man wounded in the knee, while another sat near, wounded in the finger. This latter was a suspicious wound. Men of doubtful courage had a way of shooting off the end of their trigger finger to get out of the service, but they sometimes did it in such a bungling manner that they were found out. The powder blown into the wound was often the evidence which convicted them. These men must be proud of such scars today. 3 wounded rebels also lay in the tent, waiting for surgical attention. Of course, they would not be put upon the tables until all of our own wounded were attended to. They did not expect it. In one part of the tent lay 2 or 3 of our men who were either lifeless or faint from loss of blood. Only a few rods away from the tent were some freshly made graves, enclosing the forms of men whose wounds had proved fatal, either having died on their way to the hospital or soon after their arrival. Among these was the gallant Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Hesser, who was shot in the head while bravely leading the 72nd Pennsylvania Infantry in a charge. The graves were all plainly marked with small headboards. A drizzling rain added gloom to the scene, and my first call at a field hospital, with its dismal surroundings, was brief. One regulation made for this department of the service was never enforced. It provided that no one but the proper medical officers, or the officers, non-commissioned officers, and privates of the ambulance corps, should conduct sick or wounded to the rear, either on the march or in battle. But as a matter of fact, there were probably more wounded men helped off the field by soldiers not members of the ambulance corps than by members of that body. There were always plenty of men who hadn't the interests of the cause so nearly at heart, but what they could be induced without much persuasion, when bullets and shells were flying thick, to leave the front line and escort a suffering comrade to the rear. Very often such a sufferer found a larger bodyguard than could well make his needs a pretext for their absence from the line. Then, too, many of these escorts were most unfortunate and lost their way, so they did not find their regiment again until the battle was over. A large number of them would be included among the shirks and beats whom I have already described. But in truth, it was not possible for the ambulance corps to do much more in a hot fight than keep their stretchers properly manned. Each ambulance was provided with 2 of these, and the severely wounded who could not help themselves must be placed on them and cared for first, so that there was often a need for a helping hand to be given to a comrade who was quite seriously wounded, yet could hobble along with a shoulder to lean on. The designating mark of members of the ambulance corps was, for sergeants, a green band 1.25 inches broad around the cap, and inverted chevrons of the same color on each arm above the elbow. For privates, the same kind of band and a half chevron of the same material. By means of this designation they were easily recognized. By orders of General Meade, issued in August 1863, 3 ambulances were allowed to a regiment of infantry, 2 to a regiment of cavalry, and 1 to a battery of artillery, with which it was to remain permanently. Owing to this fact, an artillery company furnished its own stretcher-bearers when needed. I shall be pardoned the introduction of a personal incident, as it will illustrate in some measure the duties and trials of a stretcher-bearer. It was at the Battle of Hatcher's Run, already referred to, or the Boydton Plank Road, as some called it. The guns had been ordered into position near Burgess's Tavern, leaving the caissons and ambulance nearly a half-mile in the rear. Meanwhile, a flank attack of the enemy cut off our communications with the rear for a time, and we thought ourselves sure of an involuntary trip to Richmond. But the way was opened again by some of our advance charging to the rear and by the destructive fire from our artillery. Soon orders came for the battery to return to the rear. In common with the rest, this writer started to do so, when a sergeant asked him to remain and help take off one of our lieutenants, who was lying in a barn nearby, severely wounded. So actively had we been engaged that this was my first knowledge of the sad event. But alas, what was to be done? Our ambulance with its stretchers was to the rear. That could not now avail us. We must resort to other means. Fortunately, they were at hand. An abandoned army blanket lay near, and carefully placing the lieutenant on this, with 1 man at each corner, we started. But the wounded officer was heavy, and it was, as can readily be seen, an awkward way of carrying him. Moreover, his wound was a serious one, mortal as it soon proved, and every movement of ours tortured him so that he begged us to leave him there to die. Just then we caught sight of a stretcher on which a wounded rebel was lying. Some Union stretcher-bearers had been taking him to the rear when the flank attack occurred, and they evidently abandoned him to look out for themselves. It was not a time for sentiment, so with the sergeant at one end of the stretcher and the narrator at the other, our wounded enemy was rolled off, with as much care as time would allow. With the aid of our other comrades, we soon put the lieutenant in his place, and raising the stretcher to our shoulders, started down the road to the rear. We had gone but a few rods, however, before the enemy's sharpshooters or outposts fired on us, driving us to seek safety in the woods. But it was now dusk, and no easy matter to take such a burden through woods, especially as it rapidly grew darker. Suffice it to know, however, that after more than an hour's wandering and plunging, our burden was delivered at the ambulance, where another of our lieutenants, also mortally wounded, was afterwards to join him. This fragment of personal experience will well illustrate some of the many obstacles which stretcher-bearers had to contend with, and disclose the further truth that in actual combat the chances for severely wounded men to be taken from the field were few indeed, for at such a time stretcher-bearers, like the proverbial good men, are scarce. I omitted to say in the proper connection that the men whose wounds were dressed in the field hospitals were transported as rapidly as convenient to the general hospitals, where the best of care and attention could be given them. Such hospitals were located in various places. Whenever it was possible, transportation was by water, in steamers specially fitted up for such a purpose. There may be seen in the National Museum at Washington, the building in which President Lincoln was assassinated, beautiful models of these steamers, as well as of hospital railway trains with all their furnishings of ease and comfort, designed to carry patients by rail to any designated place. Another invention for the transportation of the wounded from the field, which was borne either by a mule or a horse, and arranged to carry some 1 and some 2 wounded men. But although it was at first supposed that they would be a great blessing for this purpose, yet being strapped tightly to the body of the animal, they felt his every motion, thus making them an intensely uncomfortable carriage for a severely wounded soldier, so that they were used but very little. The distinguished surgeon, Dr. Henry I. Bowditch, whose son Lieutenant Bowditch was mortally wounded in the cavalry fight at Kelly's Ford, voiced in his plea for an ambulance system the general dissatisfaction of the medical profession with the neglect or barbarous treatment of our wounded on the battlefield. This was as late as the spring of 1863. They had petitioned Congress to adopt some system without delay, and a bill to that effect had passed the House. But on February 24, 1863, the Committee on Military Affairs, of which Senator Henry Wilson was chairman, reported against a bill in relation to military hospitals and to organize an ambulance corps as an impracticable measure at that time, and the Senate adopted that report, and there, I think, it dropped. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 17 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scattering shots. His coat was e'er so much too short, his pants a mile too wide, and when he marched could not keep step, however much he tried. The clothing. $42 was the sum allowed by the government to clothe the private soldier for the space of 1 year. The articles included in his outfit were a cap or hat, usually the former, blouse, overcoat, dress coat, trousers, shirts, drawers, socks, shoes, a woolen and a rubber blanket. This was the wardrobe of the infantry. It should be said, however, that many regiments never drew a dress coat after leaving the state, the blouse serving as the substitute for that garment. The artillery and cavalry had the same, except that a jacket took the place of the dress coat, boots that of shoes, and their trousers had a reinforce, that is, an extra thickness of cloth, extending from the upper part of the seat down the inside of both legs, for greater durability in the service required of these branches in the saddle. This outfit was not sufficient to last the year through, for various reasons, and so the quartermaster supplied duplicates of the garments when needed. But whatever was drawn from him beyond the amount allowed by the government was charged to the individual and deducted from his pay at the end of the year. If, however, a man was so fortunate as not to overdraw his allowance, which rarely happened, he received the balance in cash. The infantry made way with a large amount of clothing. Much of it was thrown away on the march. A soldier burdened with a musket, from 40 to 80 rounds of ammunition, according to circumstances, a haversack stuffed plump as a pillow, but not so soft, with 3 days' rations, a canteen of water, a woolen and a rubber blanket, and a half-sheltered tent, would be likely to take just what more he was obliged to. So with the opening of the spring campaign, away would go all extra clothing. A choice was made between the dress coat and the blouse, for one of these must go. Then some men took their overcoat and left their blanket. In brief, when a campaign was fairly under way, the average infantryman's wardrobe was what he had on, only that and nothing more. At the first start from camp, many would burden themselves with much more than the above, but after a few miles' tramp the roadside would be sprinkled with the castaway articles. There seemed to be a difference between Eastern and Western troops in this respect, for reasons which I will not attempt now to analyze, for Grant says, in Memoirs, Volume 2, pages 190-91, I saw scattered along the road from Culpeper to Germania Ford wagon loads of new blankets and overcoats thrown away by the troops to lighten their knapsacks, an improvidence I had never witnessed before. It was a way the Army of the Potomac had of getting into light marching order. When the infantry were ordered on a charge, they always left their knapsacks behind them, which they might or might not see again. And whenever they were surprised and compelled to fall back hastily, they were likely to throw aside everything that impeded their progress except musket and ammunition. Then, in the heat of battle, again there was a dispensing with all encumbrances that would impair their efficiency. For these and other reasons, the government allowances would not have been at all adequate to cover the losses in clothing. Recognizing this fact, the government supplied new articles gratis for everything lost in action, the quartermaster being required to make out a list of all such articles, and to certify that they were so lost before new ones could be obtained. But the men who did garrison duty were not exempt from long clothing bills more than were those who were active at the front. I have in mind the heavy artillerymen who garrisoned the forts around Washington. They were in receipt of visits at all hours of the day from the most distinguished of military and civil guests, and on this account were not only obliged to be efficient in drill, but showy on parade. Hence their clothing had always to be of the best. No patched or untidy garments were tolerated. In the spring of 1864, 24,000 of these men were dispatched as reinforcements to the Army of the Potomac, and a fine lot of men they were. They were soldiers, for the most part, who had enlisted early in the war, and having had so safe, or, as the boys used to say, soft and easy a time of it in the forts, had re-enlisted, only to be soon relieved of garrison duty and sent to the front as infantry. But while they were veterans in service in point of time, yet so far as the real hardships of war were concerned, they were simply recruits. I shall never forget that muddy morning on the 18th of May, when, standing by the roadside near what was known as the Brown House at Spotsylvania, I saw this fine-looking lot of soldiers go by. Their uniform and equipments all seemed new. Among the regiments was the 1st Maine Heavy Artillery. "What regiment is this?" was inquired at the head of the column by bystanders. "1st Maine," was the reply. After the columns had marched by a while, someone would ask again what regiment it was, only to find it still was the 1st Maine. It numbered over 2,000 strong, and never having lost any men in battles and hard campaigning, its ranks were full. The strength of these regiments struck the Army of the Potomac with surprise, a single regiment larger than one of their own brigades. These men had started from Washington with knapsacks that were immense in their proportions, and had clung to them manfully the first day or two out. But this morning in question, which was of the sultriest kind, was taxing them beyond endurance as they plunged along in the mire marching up to the front, and their course could have been followed by the well-stuffed knapsacks, or bureaus, as some of the old vets called them, that sprinkled the roadside. It seemed rather sad to see a man step out of the ranks, unsling his knapsack, seat himself for a moment to overhaul its contents, transfer to his pocket some little keepsake, then, rising and casting one despairing look at it, hurry on after the column. Many would not even open their knapsacks, but giving them a toss would leave them to their fate and sternly resume their march. It was the second in the list of sacrifices that active campaigning required of them. Their first was made in cutting loose from their comfortable quarters and accumulated conveniences in the forts which they had so recently left. The knapsack, haversack, canteen, and shelter tent, like the arms, were government property, for which the commanding officer of a company was responsible. At the end of a soldier's term of service, they were to be turned in or properly accounted for. Army cattle. An army officer who was reputed to have been of high and hasty temper, who certainly seemed to have been capable of rash and inconsiderate remarks, was once overheard to say of soldiers that they were nothing but cattle, and deserved to be treated only as such. In the short sketch here submitted on the subject of army cattle, I do not include the variety above referred to, but rather the quadrupedal kind that furnished food for them. In the sketch on army rations, I named fresh beef as one of the articles furnished, but I gave no particulars then as to just how the army was supplied with it. This I will now endeavor to do. When there came an active demand for fresh and salt meat to feed the soldiers and sailors, at once the price advanced, and northern farmers turned their attention more extensively to grazing. Of course, the great mass of the cattle were raised in the West, but yet even rugged New England contributed no inconsiderable quantity to swell the total. These were sent by hundreds and thousands on rail and shipboard to the various armies. On their arrival they were put in a corral. Here they were subject, like all supplies, to the disposition of the Commissary General of the Army, who, through his subordinates, supplied them to the various organizations upon the presentation of a requisition, signed by the commanding officer of a regiment or other body of troops, certifying to the number of rations of meat required. When the army was investing Petersburg and Richmond, the cattle were in the corral near City Point. On the 16th of September, 1863, the Rebels, having learned through their scouts that this corral was but slightly guarded, and that by making a wide detour in the rear of our lines, the chances were good for them to add a few rations of fresh beef to the bacon and cornmeal diet of the Rebel army, a strong force of cavalry under Wade Hampton made the attempt, capturing 2,500 beeves and 400 prisoners, and getting off with them before our cavalry could intervene. The beeves were a blessing to them, far more precious and valuable than as many Union prisoners would have been, for they already had more prisoners than they could or would feed. As for us, I do not remember that fresh meat was any the scarcer on account of this raid, for the North with its abundance was bountifully supplying the government with whatever was needed, and the loss of a few hundred cattle could scarcely cause even a temporary inconvenience. Had the army been on the march, away from its base of supplies, the loss might have been felt more severely. Whenever the army made a move, its supply of fresh meat went along too. Who had charge of it? Men were detailed for the business from the various regiments, who acted both as butchers and drovers, and were excused from all other duty. When a halt was made for the night, some of the steers would be slaughtered, and the meat furnished to the troops upon presentation of the proper requisitions by their quartermasters. The butcher killed his victims with a rifle. The killing was not always done at night. It often took place in the morning or forenoon, and the men received their rations in time to cook for dinner. The manner in which these cattle were taken along was rather interesting. One might very naturally suppose that they would be driven along the road, just as they are driven in any neighborhood. But such was not exactly the case. The troops and wagon trains must use the roads, and so the cattle must needs travel elsewhere, which they did. Every herd had a steer that was used both as a pack animal and a leader. As a pack animal, he bore the equipments and cooking utensils of the drovers. He was as docile as an old cow or horse, and could be led and called fully as readily. By day he was preceded in his lead by the herdsman in charge, on horseback, while other herdsmen brought up the rear. It was necessary to keep the herd along with the troops for two reasons, safety and convenience, and as they could not use the road, they skirted the woods and fields, only a short remove from the highways, and picked their way as best they could. By night one of the herdsmen went ahead of the herd on foot, making a gentle hallooing sound, which the sagacious steer on lead steadily followed, and was in turn faithfully followed by the rest of the herd. The herdsman's course lay sometimes through the open, but often through the woods, which made the hallooing sound necessary as a guide to keep the herd from straying. They kept nearer to the road at night than in the day, partly for safety's sake, and partly to take advantage of the light from huge campfires, which detachments of cavalry that preceded the army kindled at intervals to light the way, making them nearer together in swamps and woods than elsewhere. Even then these drovers often had a thorny and difficult path to travel in picking their way through the underbrush and brambles. Such a herd got its living off the country in the summer, but not in the winter. It was a sad sight to see these animals, which followed the army so patiently, sacrificed one after another until but a half-dozen were left. When the number had been reduced to this extent, they seemed to realize the fate in store for them, and it often took the butcher some time before he could succeed in facing one long enough to shoot him. His aim was at the curl of hair between the eyes, and they would avert their lowered heads whenever he raised his rifle, until at last his quick eye brought them to the ground. From the manner in which I have spoken of these herds, it may be inferred that there was a common herd for the whole army, but such was not the case. The same system prevailed here as elsewhere. For example, when the army entered the wilderness with 3 days' rations of hard bread and 3 days' rations of meat in their haversacks, the fresh meat to accompany the other 3 days' rations, which they had stowed in their knapsacks, was driven along in division herds. The remainder of the meat ration, which they required to last them for the 16 days during which it was expected the army would be away from a base of supplies, was driven as corps herds. In addition to these, there was a general or army herd to fall back upon when necessary to supply the corps herds, but this was always at the base of supplies. Probably from 8,000 to 10,000 head of cattle accompanied the army across the Rapidan when it entered upon the Wilderness Campaign. The Army Horse. I have already stated that the horse was the sole reliance of the artillery and cavalry, and have given the reasons why the mule was a failure in either branch. I have also stated that the mule replaced him for the most part in the wagon trains, 6 mules being substituted for 4 horses. I did not state that in the ambulance train the horses were retained because they were steadier, but I wish now to refer more generally to their conduct in action and on duty generally. First, then, I will come directly to the point by saying that the horse was a hero in action, that horses under fire behaved far better than men did under a similar exposure, would naturally be expected, for men knew what and whom to fear, whereas a horse, when hit by a bullet, if he could get loose, was fully as likely to run towards the enemy as from him. But not every horse would run or make a fuss when wounded. It depended partly upon the horse and partly upon the character and location of the wound. I have seen bullets buried in the neck or rump of steady-nerved horses without causing them to show more than a little temporary uneasiness. The best illustration of the fortitude of horseflesh that I ever witnessed was on the 25th of August, 1864, at Ream Station on the Weldon Railroad. In this battle, the 57 or 8 horses belonging to my company stood out in bold relief, a sightly target for the bullets of Rebel sharpshooters, who, from a woods and cornfield in our front, improved their opportunity to the full. Their object was to kill off our horses, and then, by charging, take the guns if possible. It was painfully interesting to note the manner in which our brave limber horses, those which drew the guns, succumbed to the bullets of the enemy. They stood harnessed in teams of 6. A peculiar dull thud indicated that the bullet had penetrated some fleshy part of the animal, sounding much as a pebble does when thrown into the mud. The result of such wounds was to make the horse start for a moment or so, but finally he would settle down as if it was something to be endured without making a fuss, and thus he would remain until struck again. I remember having had my eye on one horse at the very moment when a bullet entered his neck, but the wound had no other effect upon him than to make him shake his head as if pestered by a fly. Some of the horses would go down when hit by the first bullet, and after lying quiet a while would struggle to their feet again, only to receive additional wounds. Just before the close of this battle, while our gallant General Hancock was riding along, endeavoring by his own personal fearlessness to rally his retreating troops, his horse received a bullet in the neck, from the effects of which he fell forward, dismounting the general, and appearing as if dead. Believing such to be the case, Hancock mounted another horse. But within 5 minutes the fallen brute arose, shook himself, was at once remounted by the general, and survived the war many years. When a bullet struck the bone of a horse's leg in the lower part, it made a hollow snapping sound and took him off his feet. I saw one pole horse shot thus, fracturing the bone. Down he went at once, but all encumbered as he was with harness and limber, he soon scrambled up and stood on 3 legs, until a bullet hit him vitally. It seemed sad to see a single horse left standing with his 5 companions all lying dead or dying around him, himself the object of concentrated fire until the fatal shot finally laid him low. I saw one such brute struck by the 7th bullet before he fell for the last time. Several received as many as 5 bullets, and it was thought by some that they would average that number apiece. They were certainly very thoroughly riddled, and long before the serious fighting of the day occurred, but 2 of the 31 nearest the enemy remained standing. These 2 had been struck, but not vitally, and survived some time longer. We took but 4 of our 57 horses away from that ill-starred fray. But aside from their wonderful heroism, for I can find no better name for it, they exhibited in many ways that sagacity for which this animal is famous. I have already referred to the readiness with which they responded to many of the bugle calls used on drill. In the cavalry service they knew their places as well as did the riders, and it was a frequent occurrence to see a horse, when his rider had been dismounted by some means, resume his place in line or column without him, seemingly not wishing to be left behind. This quality was often illustrated when a poor, crippled, or generally used-up beast, which had been turned out to die, would attempt to hobble along in his misery and join a column as it passed. Captain W.S. Davis, a member of General Griffin's staff of the 5th Corps, rode a horse which had the very singular but horse-sensible habit of sitting down on his haunches like a dog after his rider had dismounted. One morning he was missing, and nothing was seen of him for months. But one night, after the Corps had encamped, some of the men who knew the horse, in looking off towards the horizon, saw against the sky a silhouette of a horse sitting down. It was at once declared to be the missing brute, and Captain Davis, on being informed, recovered his eccentric but highly prized animal. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Chapter 18 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Breaking camp. On the march. And now comes boots and saddles. Oh, there's hurrying to and fro, and saddling up in busy haste, for what we do not know. Sometimes 'twas but a false alarm, sometimes it meant a fight, sometimes it came in daytime, and sometimes it came at night. The subject of this chapter is a very suggestive one to the old soldier. It covers a whole realm of experience, which it would be nearly impossible to exhaust. But there is much in this, as in other experiences, which was common to all long-term veterans, and to this common experience, more especially, I shall address my attention. From the descriptions which I have already given of the various kinds of shelter used by the soldiers, it will be readily understood that they got the most comfortably settled in their winter quarters, and that in a small way each hut became a miniature homestead, and for the time being possessed, to a certain extent, all the attractions of home: the bunk, the stools, and other furniture, the army bric-a-brac, whether captured or of home production, which adorned the rough tenement within and without, all came to have a value by association in the soldier's thought, a value which was not fully computed till campaigning impended, that usually direful day when marching orders came, and the boys folded their tents and marched away. This sketch will relate something of army life as it was lived after marching orders were received. When the general commanding an army had decided upon a plan of campaign, and the proper time came to put it in operation, he at once issued his orders to his subordinate commanders to have their commands ready to take their place in column at a given hour on a given day. These orders came down through the various corps, division, brigades, regimental or battery headquarters, to the rank and file, whose instructions given them on line would be to the effect that at the stated hour they were to be ready to start with 3 days' rations in their haversacks. This was the usual quantity. The infantry to have 40 rounds of ammunition in their cartridge boxes. This latter quantity was very often exceeded. The Army of the Potomac went into the wilderness having from 80 to 100 rounds of ammunition to a man, stowed away in knapsacks, haversacks, or pockets, according to the space afforded, and 6 days' rations summarily disposed of. When Hooker started on the Chancellorsville campaign, 11 days' rations were issued to the troops. Sometimes marching orders came when least expected. I remember to have heard the long roll sounded one Saturday forenoon in the camp of the infantry that lay near us in the fall of '63. It was October 19. Our guns were unlimbered for action just outside of camp, where we had been lying several days utterly unsuspicious of danger. It was quite a surprise to us, and such Lee intended it to be, he having set out to put himself between our army and Washington. We were not attacked, but started to the rear a few hours afterwards. Before the opening of the spring campaign, a reasonable notice was generally given. There was one orderly from each brigade headquarters who almost infallibly brought marching orders. The men knew the nature of the tidings which he cantered up to regimental headquarters with under his belt. Very often they would good-naturedly rail at him as he rode into and out of camp, thus indicating their dislike of his errand. But the wise ones went directly to quarters and began to pack up. When it was officially announced to the men on line at night that marching orders were received, and that at such an hour next morning tents would be struck and the men in place equipped and provided as already stated, these men who had not already decided the question retired to their huts and took an account of stock in order to decide what to take and what to leave. As a soldier would lay out 2 articles on his bunk of equally tender associations, one could seem to hear him murmur with Gay, "How happy could I be with either, were t'other dear charmer away," as he endeavored to choose between them, knowing too well that both could not be taken. The "survival of the fittest" was the question, which received deeper and tenderer consideration here in one evening than Darwin has ever given it in the same time. Then there was the overcoat and the woolen blanket. Which should be left? Perhaps he finally decided to try taking both along for a while. He will leave the dress coat and wear the blouse. He has 2 changes of flannels. He will throw away those he has on, don a clean set, and take a change with him. These flannels, by the way, if they were what he drew from the government stores, were often as rough to the skin as coarse sandpaper, which they somewhat resembled in color. From the head of his bunk he takes a collection of old letters which have accumulated during the winter. These he looks over one by one and commits to the flames with a sigh. Many of them are letters from home, some are from acquaintances. Possibly he read the Waverley Magazine, and may have carried on a correspondence with one or more of the many young women who advertised in it for a "soldier correspondent who must not be over 20," with all the virtues nameable. There was no man in my company, from old Greylocks of nearly 60, down to the callow chicken of 17, but what felt qualified to fill such a bill. "Just for the fun of it, you know." The young woman was generally 18, of prepossessing appearance, good education, and I would exchange photographs if desired. An occasional letter from such a quarter would provoke a smile as the soldier glanced at its source and contents before committing it to the yawn of his army fireplace. This rather unpleasant task completed, he continues his researches and work of destruction. He tucks his little collection of photographs, which perhaps he has encased in rubber or leather, into an inside pocket, and disposes other small keepsakes about his person. If he intends to take his effects in a knapsack, he will at the start have put by more to carry than if he simply takes his blankets, rubber and woolen, rolled and slung over his shoulder. Late in the war this latter was the most common plan, as the same weight could be borne with less fatigue in that manner than in a knapsack, slung on the back. I have assumed it to be evening or late afternoon when marching orders arrived, and have thus far related what the average soldier was wont to do immediately afterwards. There was a night ahead, and the soldiers were wont to "make a night of it." As a rule, there was little sleep to be had, the enforcement of the usual rules of camp being relaxed on such an occasion. Aside from the labor of personal packing and destroying, the rations were to be distributed, and each company had to fall into line, march to the cook-house, and receive 3 or more days' allowance of hardtack, pork, coffee, and sugar, all of which they must stow away, as compactly as possible, in the haversack, or elsewhere if they wanted them. In the artillery, besides securing the rations, sacks of grain, usually oats, must be taken from the grain pile and strapped onto the ammunition chests for the horses. The axles must be greased, good spare horses selected to supply the vacancies in any teams where the horses were unfit for duty. The tents of regimental headquarters must be struck. Likewise the cook tents, and these, with officers' baggage, must be put into the wagons which are to join the trains. In brief, everything must be prepared for the march of the morrow. After this routine of preparation was completed, campfires were lighted, and about them would gather the happy-go-lucky boys of the rank and file, whose merry din would speedily stir the blood of the men who had hoped for a few hours' sleep before starting out on the morrow, to come out of their huts and join the jovial round. And soon they were as happy as the happiest, even if more reticent. As the fire died down, and the soldiers drew closer about it, some comrade would go to his hut, and, with an armful of its furniture, the stools, closets, and tables I have spoken of, reillumine and enliven the scene, and drive back the circle of bystanders again. The conversation, with which the going down of the fire was likely to take on a somewhat sober aspect, would again assume a more cheerful strain. For a time conjectures on the plan of the coming campaign would be exchanged. Volumes of wisdom concerning what ought to be done changed hands at these campfires, mingled with much "I told you so" about the last battle. Alexanders simply swarmed, so numerous were those who could solve the Gordian knot of success at sight. It must interest those strategists now, as they read history, to see how little they really knew of what was taking place. When this slight matter of the proper thing for the army to do was disposed of, some would start a song, and then for an hour at least, John Brown's Body, Marching Along, Red, White, and Blue, Rally Round the Flag, and other popular and familiar songs would ring out on the clear evening air, following along in quick succession, and sung with a great earnestness and enthusiasm, as the chorus was most increased by additions from neighboring camp fires, until tired nature began to assert herself, when, one by one, the company would withdraw, each going to his hut for 2 or 3 hours' rest, if possible, to partially prepare him for the toils of the morrow. Ah, is not that an all-wise provision of Providence, which keeps the future a sealed book, placing it before us, leaf by leaf, only as the present? For some of these very men, it may have been, whose voices rang out so merrily at that campfire, would lie cold and pale ere the week should close in the solemn stillness of death. But morning dawned all too soon for those who gave up most of the night to hilarity, and all were summoned forth at the call of the bugle or the drum, and at a time agreed upon, the general was sounded. The above is the general of infantry. That of the artillery was less often used, and entirely different. At this signal, every tent in a regiment was struck. It was quite an interesting sight to see several acres of canvas disappear in a moment, where before it had been the prominent feature in the landscape. As a fact, I believe the general was little used in the latter part of the war. For about 2 years, when the troops were sheltered by the Sibley, Wedge, and Wall tents, it was necessary to have them struck at an early hour, in order that they might be tacked away in the wagon train. But after the shelter tent came into use, and each man was his own wagon, the general was seldom heard unless at the end of a long encampment; for, when marching orders came, each man understood that he must be ready at the hour appointed, even if his regiment waited another day before it left camp. No more provoking incident of army life happened, I believe, than for a regiment to wait in camp long after the hour appointed to march. But such was the rule rather than the exception. Many a man's hearthstone was then desolate; for if the hour of departure was set for the morning, when morning came and the stockade was vacated, it often suffered demolition to increase the heat of the camp fires, as previously noted. But as hour after hour wore on, and men still found themselves in camp with nothing to do and plenty of help, they began to wish that they had not been so hasty in breaking up housekeeping and tearing down their shanties, else they might resort to them and make their wait a little more endurable. Especially did they repent if rain came on as they lingered, or if night again overtook them, there with their huts untenable, for it would have been the work of only a moment to recover them with the shelter tents. Such waits and their consequences were severe tests to the patience of the men, and sometimes seemed to work more injury to the morals than the average army chaplain could repair in days. But there is an end to all things earthly, this being no exception. The colors of corps headquarters borne at the heels of the corps commander, and followed by his staff, are at last seen moving into the road. The bugler of the division having the lead sounds the call, "Attention!" This call is the attention of infantry, at which the men, already in column, take their places, officers mount, and all await the next call, which is "Forward!" At this signal the regiments take right shoulder shift, and the march begins. Let the reader, in imagination, take post by the roadside as the column goes by. Take a look at corps headquarters. The commander is a major general. His staff comprises an assistant adjutant general, an assistant inspector general, a topographical engineer, a commissary of musters, a commissary of subsistence, a judge advocate, several aides de camp, and perhaps other officers of varying rank. Those mentioned usually ranked from colonel to captain. In the Union Army, major generals might command either a division, a corps, or an army; but in the Confederate service, each army of importance was commanded by a lieutenant general. Take a look at the corps headquarters flag. February 7, 1863, General Hooker decreed the flags of corps headquarters to be a blue swallowtail field bearing a white Maltese cross, having in the center the number of the corps; but, so far as I can learn, this decree was never enforced in a single instance. Mr. James Beale, in his exceedingly valuable and unique volume, "The Union Flags at Gettysburg," shows a nondescript cross on some of the headquarters flags, which some quartermaster may have intended as a compliance with Hooker's orders; but though true copies of originals, they are all monstrosities, which never could have had existence in a well-ordered brain, and which have no warrant in heraldry or general orders as far as can be ascertained. When the army entered upon the Wilderness Campaign, each corps headquarters floated a blue swallow-tailed flag bearing its own particular emblem, in white, in the center of which was the figure designating the corps, in red. Here comes the First Division. At the head rides its general commanding and staff. Behind him is the color bearer carrying the division flag. If yon are familiar with the corps badges, you will not need to ask what corps or division it is. The men's caps tell the story, but the flags are equally plain spoken. This flag is the first division color. It is rectangular in shape. The corps emblem is red in a white field. The second has the emblem white in a blue field. The third has the emblem blue in a white field. The divisions had the head of the corps on the march by turns, changing each day. But here comes another headquarters. The color bearer carries a triangular flag. That is a brigade flag. May 12, 1863, General Hooker issued an order prescribing division flags of the pattern I have described, and also designated what the brigade flags should be. They were to be, first of all, triangular in shape. The brigades of the 1st Division should bear the corps symbol in red, in the center of a white field. But to distinguish them, the 1st Brigade should have no other mark. The 2nd should have a blue stripe next to the staff, and the 3rd a blue border 4 1/2 inches wide round the flag. The brigades of the 2nd Division had the corps symbol in white in the center of a blue field, with a red stripe next the staff to designate the 2nd Brigade, and a red border the 3rd. The 3rd Division had its brigades similarly designated, with the symbols blue, the field white, and the stripes red. Whenever there was a 4th Brigade, it was designated by a triangular block of color in each corner of the flag. The chief quartermaster of the corps and the chief of artillery had each his appropriate flag, as designated in the color plate, but the arrangement of the colors in the flag of the chief quartermasters differed in different corps. This scheme of Hooker's for distinguishing corps, division, and brigade headquarters remained unchanged till the end of the war. The brigades took turns in having the lead, or, as military man might say, the right, of the division, and regiments had the right of brigades by turn. There goes army headquarters yonder, the commanding general with his numerous staff making for the head of the column. His flag is the simple star-spangled banner. The stars and stripes were a common flag for army headquarters. It was General Meade's headquarters flag till Grant came to the Army of the Potomac, who also used it for that purpose. This made it necessary for Meade to change, which he did, finally adopting a lilac-covered swallowtail flag, about the size of the corps headquarters flags, having in the field a wreath enclosing an eagle in gold. You can easily count the regiments in column by their United States colors. A few of them, you will notice, have a battle flag bearing the names of the engagements in which they have participated. Some regiments used the national colors for a battle flag, some the state colors. I think the volunteers did not adopt the idea early in the war. Originally, battles were only inscribed on flags by authority of the Secretary of War, that is, in the regular army. But the volunteers seem to be a law unto themselves, and while many flags in existence today bear names of battles inscribed by order of the commanding general, there are some with inscriptions of battles which the troops were hardly in hearing of. The rebel battle flag was a blue spangled saltire in a red field, and originated with General Joe Johnston after the first Bull Run. You will have little difficulty in deciding where a regiment begins or ends. It begins with a field officer and ends with a mule. Originally it ended with several army wagons, but now that portion of regimental headquarters baggage which has not gone to the wagon train is to be found stowed about the mule that is led along by contraband. Yes, the head, ears, and feet which you see are the only visible externals of a mule. He is "clothed upon" with the various materials necessary to prepare a square meal, for the colonel and other headquarters officers. His trappings would, seemingly, fit out a small family in household goods of a kind. There is a mess kettle, a fry pan, mess pans, tent poles, a fly, canvas, a valise, a knapsack, and haversack, a hamper on each side, a musket, and other matter which goes to make the burden at least twice the size of the animal. 4 mules were regarded as having the carrying capacity of 1 army wagon. At the end of the brigade you will see 2 or 3 of these mules burdened with the belongings of brigade headquarters. The mule had other company than the negro ofttimes. That man who seems to be flour and grease from head to heels, who needs no shelter nor rubber blanket because he is waterproof already, perhaps inside and out, whose shabby, well-stuffed knapsack furnishes the complement to the mule's lading, who shuffles along with "no style about him," is the cook, perhaps, for the regiment, probably for headquarters, certainly not for Delmonico. It is singular, but none the less true, that if a man made it a slovenly, indifferent soldier, he was fully as likely to get a berth in the cook-house as to have any other fate to befall him. This remark applies to men who drifted into the business of army caterer, after trying other service, and not those who entered at once upon it. Here comes a light battery at the rear of the division. Possibly it is to remain with this part of the corps for the campaign. Such was sometimes the case, but later a battery was often used anywhere within the limits of a corps that it could be of advantage. This battery has 6 brass Napoleons, 12-pounders. They are very destructive at short range. It is followed by a battery of steel guns. They are Parrots, 3-inch rifles, best for long range, but good anywhere. Not so safe for close action, however, as the Napoleons. Yonder you can see the 2nd Division moving across the fields, made up like the one just passed. It will close in upon the rear of this division further up the road. What an interesting spectacle it presents, the bright sunlight glinting from the thousands of polished muskets, the moving masses of light and dark blue inching along over the uneven ground, the various flags streaming proudly in the air, marking off the separate brigades and regiments. The column is moving at a moderate pace. It takes some time for a corps to get under way. If we wait long enough, the 3rd Division, made up like the others, will pass by us, unless it has gone on a parallel road. It is growing warmer. The column has now got straightened out, and for the last hour has moved forward quite rapidly. The road is evidently clear of all obstructions. The heat and speed begin to tell on the men. Look at the ground which that brigade has just vacated after its brief halt for rest. It is strewn with blankets, overcoats, dress coats, pantaloons, shirts, in fact, a little of everything from the outfit of a common soldier. As the 2nd Corps advanced into the wilderness on the morning of May 4, 1864, I saw an area of an acre or more almost literally covered with the articles above named, many of them probably extras, but some of them the sole garments of their kind, left by their owners, who felt compelled, from the increasing weight of their load, to lighten it to the extent of parting with the blankets which they would need that very night for shelter. This lightening of the load began before the columns had been on the road an hour. A soldier who had been through the mill would not wait for a general halt to occur before parting with a portion of his load, if it oppressed him, but a recruit would hang to his until he bent over at an angle of 45 degrees from a vertical, with his eyes staring, his lower jaw hanging, and his face dripping with moisture. If you were to follow the column after, say, the first 2 miles, you would find various articles scattered along at intervals by the roadside, where a soldier quietly stepped out of the ranks, sat down, unslung his knapsack or his blanket roll, took out what he had decided to throw away, again equipped himself, and thus relieved, hastened on to overtake the regiment. It did not take an army long to get into light marching order after it was once fairly on the road. I have been dealing with the first day out of settled camps. On subsequent days, of course, the same program would not be enacted. And again, if a man clung to his effects till noon, he was likely to do so for the day, as afternoon the thought of shelter for the night nerved him to hold on. But men would drop out in the afternoon of the first day for another reason. they blistered or chafed their feet, and sat down at the first stream to bathe them, after which, if the weather admitted, they could be seen plodding along barefooted, their pantaloons rolled up a few inches, and their shoes dangling at the end of their musket barrel. Then, this very crossing of a stream often furnished an interesting scene in the march of the column. A river, broad and deep, would be spanned by a pontoon bridge, but the common creeks of the South were crossed by fording. Once in a while, in warm weather, the men would take off most of their clothing and carry it with the equipment across on their backs. It was no uncommon experience for them to ford streams waist deep even in cool weather. If the bottom was a treacherous one, and the current rapid, a line of cavalrymen were placed across the river just below the column to pick up such men as should lose their footing. Many were the mishaps of such a crossing, and unless the enemy was at hand, the first thing to be done after reaching shore was to strip and wring out such clothing as needed it. With those who had slipped and fallen, this meant all they had on, and what was in their knapsack besides. But with most, it included only trousers, drawers, and socks. After the halt, which allowed the soldiers time to perform this bit of laundry work, had ended, and the column moved along, it was not an uncommon sight to see muskets used as clotheslines, from which depended socks, shoes, here and there a shirt, perhaps a towel or a handkerchief. But if the weather was cool, the wash did not hang out in this way. When it became necessary to cross a stream in the night, huge fires were built on its banks, with a picket at hand, whose duty it was to keep them burning until daylight, until the army had crossed. A greater number of mishaps occurred in fording by night than by day even then. During Meade's retreat from Culpeper in the fall of 1863, it was the night of October 11, my company forded the Rappahannock after dark, and went into camp a few rods away from the ford. And I remember what a jolly night the troops made of it when they came to this ford. At short intervals I was awakened from slumber by the laughter or cheers of the waiters, as they made merry at the expense of some of their number, who came out after immersion, using language which plainly indicated their disbelief in that kind of baptism. Here was the field for the tired, overloaded headquarters, made to display his obstinacy to a large and changing audience by getting midway of the stream and refusing to budge. I can see the frenzied Ethiopian in charge now, waist deep in water, wild with the despair of the situation, alternating reasoning with pulling and beating, while the brute lies down in the stream all encumbered with the baggage, the passing column jeering poor Sambo, and making the adjacent woodland echo with their loud guffaws at his helpless yet laughable condition. That was a noisy night, and it has always been a matter of wonder to me that we remained undisturbed, with the enemy less than 3 miles up the river, as General Birney, with whom we then were, has left on record. There was no stopping to ring out, but "close up" was the order after crossing, and the dull rattle made by the equipments, the striking of the coffee dipper on the canteens or buckles, as the column girded along in the darkness, or the whipping up of belated mule teams, were heard until the gray of morning appeared. The army on the march in a rainstorm presented some aspects not seen in fair weather. As soon as it began to rain, or just before, each man would remove his rubber blanket from his roll or knapsack, and put it over his shoulders, trying it in front. Some men used their shelter tent instead, a very poor substitute, however. But there was no fun in the marching business during the rain. It might settle the dust. It certainly settled almost everything else. In order to go into camp while the rain was in progress was not much of an improvement, for the ground was wet, fence rails were wet, one's wooden blanket was likely also to be wet, hardtack in the haversack wet, in fact nothing so abundant and out of place as water. I remember going into the camp one night in particular, in Pleasant Valley, Maryland, on a side hill, during a drenching rain, such as mountain regions know, and lying down under a hastily pitched shelter, with the water coursing freely along beneath me. I was fresh as a soldier then, and this experience, seeming so dreadful then, made a strong impression. Such situations were too numerous afterwards to make note of even in memory. Then the horses. It made them ugly and vicious to stand in the pelting rain at the picket rope. I think they preferred being in harness on the road, but they were likely to get subdued the next day, when sloughs and mire were the rule. If 2 corps took the same road after a storm, the worse for the hindermost, for it found deep ruts and mud holes in abundance, and as it dragged forward, they would come upon some piece of artillery or caisson in the mire to the huts, doomed to stay in spite of the shoutings and lashings of the drivers, the swearings of the officers, and the lifting and straining of mud-bedraggled cannoneers, until 6 more horses were added to extricate it. Anon, the corps would arrive at a place utterly unpassable, when down would go the fence by the roadside, if there was one, and out would go the column into the field, skirting the road, returning again beyond the mire. At another slough, a staff officer might be found posted to direct the artillery where to make a safe passage. Such places by night were generally lighted by fires built for that purpose. I remember such a spot in particular, a reminiscence of the Mine Run campaign. I think it was the night of December 4, 1863. My battery was then attached to the 3rd Division of the 3rd Corps. By the edge of the slough in question sat General J.B. Carr, the division commander, with a portion of his command near by, and as a caisson went down in the mire, he called in his blue diamonds to lift it out, which they did right manfully. There was no turning into fields that night, for, while the roads were soft, the fields were softer and worse traveling. I believe the Army of the Potomac never saw unless on the mud march. When the army was expecting to run against the enemy in its advances, flankers were thrown out on either side of the column. These flankers were a single file of soldiers who marched along a few feet apart parallel to the column, and perhaps 10 or 12 rods distant from it in open country, but no more than half that distance when it was marching through woods. In the event of an attack, the flankers on that side became the skirmish line in action. It was an interesting sight to see a column break up when the order came to halt, whether for rest or other reason. It would melt in a moment, dividing to the right and left, and scattering to the sides of the road, where the men would sit down or lie down, lying back on their knapsacks if they had them, or stretching at full length on the ground. If the latter was wet or muddy, cannoneers sat on their carriages and limber chests, while infantrymen would perhaps sit astride their muskets, if the halt was a short one. When the halt was expected to continue for some considerable time, the troops of a corps or division were massed, that is, brought together in some large open tract of territory, when the muskets would be stacked, the equipment laid off, and each man rushed for the top rail of the nearest fence, until not a rail remained. The coffee would soon begin to simmer, the pork to sputter in the flames, and, when the march was resumed, the men would start off refreshed with rest and rations. But if the halt was for a few minutes only, and the marching had not been relieved by the regular rests usually allowed, the men stiffened up so much that with their equipments on they could hardly arise without assistance, and goaded by their stiffened cords and tired muscles and swollen or chafed feet, made wry faces for the first few rods after the column started. In this manner they plodded on until ordered into camp for the night, or perhaps double-quickened into line of battle. During that dismal night retreat of the Army of the Potomac from Chancellorsville, a little event occurred which showed what a choleric man General Meade was on occasion, and to what an exhausted bodily condition the rigors of a campaign often reduced men. While the general was sitting with General Warren at one of these campfires, always found along the line of march after nightfall, a poor, jaded, mud-bedraggled infantryman came straggling and stumbling along the roadside, scarcely able, in his wet and wearied condition, to bear up under the burden of musket and equipments. As he staggered past the campfire, he struck, by the merest accident, against General Meade, who jumped immediately to his feet, drew his saber, and made a lunge at the innocent offender, which sent him staggering to the ground. There he lay motionless, as if dead. At once Meade began to upbraid himself for his hasty temper, and seemed filled with remorse for what he had done. Whereat General Warren made efforts to calm his fears by telling him it was probably not as serious as he supposed, and thereupon began to make investigation of the nature of the injury done the prostrate veteran. To General Meade's great gratification, it was found that while his saber had cut through the man's clothing, it had only grazed his side without drawing blood, but so completely worn out had the soldier become through the exactions of the recent campaign that matter dominated mind, and he lay in a double sense as if dust had returned to dust. End of chapter 18. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 19 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Army Wagon Trains. That every man who swears once drove a mule is not believed by any but a fool. But whosoever drove mules and did not swear can be relied on for an honest prayer. Before giving a history of the wagon trains which formed a part, and a necessary part, of every army, I will briefly refer to what was known as Grant's Military Railroad, which was really a railroad built for the army and used solely by it. When the Army of the Potomac appeared before Petersburg, City Point, on the James River, was made army headquarters, and the base of supplies, that is, the place to which supplies were brought from the North and from which they were distributed to the various portions of the army. The Lynchburg or South Side Railroad enters Petersburg from the west, and a short railroad, known as the City Point Railroad, connects it with City Point, 10 miles eastward. The greater portion of this 10 miles fell within the Union lines after our army appeared before Petersburg, and, as these lines were extended westward after the siege was determined upon, Grant conceived the plan of running a railroad inside our fortifications to save both time and mule flesh in distributing supplies along the line. It was soon done. About 5 miles of the City Point road were used, from which the new road extended to the southwest, perhaps 10 miles, striking the Weldon Railroad, which had been wrested from the enemy. Down this the trains ran 3 miles, then a new branch of about 2 miles more to the west took them to the left of the Union lines. Of course, there were stations along this road at which supplies were left for those troops nearby. These stations were named after different generals of the army. Meade and Patrick stations are 2 names which yet linger in my memory, near each of which my company was at some time located. The trains on this road were visible to the enemy for a time as they crossed an open plain in their trips, and brought upon themselves quite a lively shelling, resulting in no damage, I believe, but still making railroading so uncomfortable that a high embankment of earth was thrown up, which completely covered the engine and cars as they rolled along, and which still stands as a monument to the labors of the pick and shovel brigade. This railroad was what is known as a surface road, by which is meant that there were no cuts made, the track being laid on the natural surface of the ground. When a marsh was met with, instead of filling, the engineers built a trestling. The effect of such railroading to the eye was quite picturesque, as the train wound its serpentine course along the country, up hill and down dale, appearing much as if it had jumped the track, and was going across lots to its destination. But the trains of the army were wagon trains, and so little has been written about them in histories of the war, that a limited sketch in this volume will have interest for many readers. The trains belonged to what is known in French as the matériel of the army, in distinction from the personnel, the men employed. In Roman history we frequently find the baggage trains of the army alluded to as the impedimenta. The material, then, or impedimenta, of our armies has, very naturally, been ignored by the historian, for the personnel, the actors, are of so much more consequence, they have absorbed the interest of both writers and readers. I say the persons are of much more consequence, but it must not be understood as belittling the importance of the trains. An army without its varied supplies, which the trains care for and provide, would soon be neither useful nor ornamental. In fact, an army is like a piece of machinery, each part of which is indispensable to every other part. I presume every one of mature years has an idea of what army wagons look like. They were heavy, lumbering affairs at best, built for hard service, all apparently after the same pattern, each one having its toolbox in front, its feed trough behind, which, in camp, was placed lengthwise of the pole, its spare pole suspended at the side, its wooden bucket for water, and iron slush bucket for grease, hanging from the hind axle, and its canvas cover, which when closely drawn in front and rear, as it always was on the march, made quite a satisfactory close carriage. As a pleasure carriage, however, they were not considered a success. When the Third Corps were wintering at Brandy Station in 1863 and 1864, the concert troupe which my company boasted was engaged to give a week of evening entertainments not far from Culpeper in a large hexagonal stockade, which would seat 600 or 700 persons, and which had been erected for the purpose by one Lieutenant Lee, then on either General French's or General Birney's staff, I cannot now say which. To convey us thither over the intervening distance of 4 or 5 miles, as I now remember, we hired a mule driver with his army wagon. More than 23 years have since elapsed, but those 12 or 14 rides after dark, across the rough country and frozen ground around Brandy Station, were so thoroughly jolted into my memory that I shall never forget them. The $7 apiece per night which we received for our services was but a trifling compensation for the battering and mellowing we endured en route, and no more than paid for wear and tear. No harder vehicle can be found to take a ride in than an army wagon. By some stroke of good luck, or, perhaps, good management, many of the regiments from New England took their transportation along with them. It consisted, in many cases, of 25 wagons, 2 for each company, and 5 for regimental headquarters. These were drawn at first by 4 horses, but afterwards by 6 mules. A light battery had 3 such wagons. They were designed to carry the baggage of the troops, and when a march was ordered, they were filled with tents, stoves, kettles, pans, chairs, desks, trunks, valises, knapsacks, boards, in fact, whatever conveniences had accumulated about the camps. General Sherman, in his Memoirs, Volume 1, page 178, describes very graphically the troops he saw about Washington in '61 as follows: quote, "Their uniforms were as various as the states and cities from which they came. Their arms were also of every pattern and caliber, and they were so loaded down with overcoats, haversacks, knapsacks, tents, and baggage, that it took from 25 to 50 wagons to move the camp of a regiment from one place to another, and some of the camps had bakeries and cooking establishments that would have done credit to Delmonico." End quote. General Sherman might have seen much the same situation near Washington, even in '62 and '63. Every company in a regiment located in the defenses of the capital city had one or more large cook stoves with other appointments to match, and when they moved only a few miles, they took all their lares and penates with them. This could then be done without detriment to the service. It was only when they attempted to carry everything along in active campaigning that trouble ensued. In October 1861, McClellan issued an order which contained the following provisions: Number 1. No soldiers shall ride in loaded baggage wagons under any circumstances, nor in empty wagons, unless by special instructions to that effect. Number 2. Knapsacks shall not be carried in the wagons, except on the written recommendation of the surgeon, which shall be given in case of sickness. 3. Tent floors shall not be transported in public wagons, and hereafter no lumber shall be issued for tent floors, except upon the recommendation of the medical director for hospital purposes." This order was issued before the corps were organized, while the wagons were yet with their regiments, and while the men yet had their big knapsacks, which they were always ready to ride with or toss into a wagon when the regiment moved. This was the time of transporting tent floors, the luxurious fault-finding period before carpets, feather beds, and roast beef had entirely lost their charm, when each man was, in his own way and belief, fully the size of a major general, when the medical director of the army had time, unaided as yet by subordinates, to decide the question of tent floors versus no tent floors for individuals. Ah, the freshness and flavor of those early war days come back to me as I write, each day big with importance, as our letters, yet preserved to us, so faithfully record. Not many months elapsed before it became apparent that the necessities of stern warfare would not permit and should not have so many of the equipments of civil life, when the shelter tent, already described, took the place of the larger varieties, when campfires superseded the stoves, and many other comfortable but unnecessary furnishings disappeared from the baggage. Not how little, but how much, could be dispensed with, then became the question of the hour. The trains must be reduced in size, and they must be moved in a manner not to hamper the troops, if possible, for the war was more than half finished before they were brought into a satisfactory system of operation. The greater number of the 3 years' regiments that arrived in Washington in 1861 brought no transportation of any kind. After McClellan assumed command, a depot of transportation was established at Perryville on the Susquehanna. By this is meant a station where wagons and ambulances were kept, and from which they were supplied. From there Captain Sawtell, now Colonel and Brevet Brigadier General, U.S.A., fitted out regiments as rapidly as he could, giving each 6 wagons instead of 25, one of which was for medical supplies. Some regiments, however, by influence or favor at court, got more than that. A few wagons were supplied from the quartermaster's depot at Washington. A quartermaster is an officer whose duty it is to provide quarters, provisions, clothing, fuel, storage, and transportation for an army. The chief officer in the quartermaster's department is known as the quartermaster general. There was a chief quartermaster of the army, and a chief quartermaster to each corps and division. Then there were brigade and regimental quartermasters, and finally the quartermaster sergeants, all attending in their appropriate spheres to the special duties of this department. During the march of the army up the peninsula in 1862, the fighting force advanced by brigades, each of which was followed by its long columns of transportation. But this plan was very unsatisfactory, for thereby the army was extended along forest paths over an immense extent of country, and great delays and difficulties ensued in keeping the column closed up. For such was the nature of the roads that after the first few wagons had passed over them, they were rendered impassable in places for those behind. At least a quarter of each regiment was occupied in escorting its wagons, piled up with ammunition, provisions, tents, etc. And long after the head of the column had settled in bivouac could be heard the loud shouting of the teamsters to their jaded and mire-bedraggled brutes, the clatter of wagon and artillery wheels, the lowing of the driven herds, the rattling of sabres, canteens, and other equipments, as the men strode along in the darkness, anxious to reach the spot selected for their uncertain quantity of rest. At times in this campaign it was necessary for the wagon trains to be massed and moved together, but, for some reason, no order of march was issued, so that the most dire confusion ensued. A struggle for the lead would naturally set in, each division wanting it and fighting for it. Profanity, threats, and the flourishing of revolvers were sure to be prominent in the settling of the question. But the train which could run over the highest stumps and pull through the deepest mud holes was likely to come out ahead. The verdancy which remained after the first fall of the Union army at Bull Run was to be utterly overshadowed by the baptism of woe which was to follow in the Peninsular Campaign, and on arriving at Harrison's Landing on the James, McClellan issued the following order, which paved the way for better things: Allowance of transportation, tents, and baggage. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac. Camp near Harrison's Landing, Virginia, August 10th, 1862. General Orders, No. 153. 1. The following allowance of wagons is authorized: for the headquarters of an army's corps, 4. For the headquarters of a division or brigade, 3. For a battery of light artillery or squadron of cavalry, 3. For a full regiment of infantry, 6. This allowance will in no case be exceeded, but will be reduced to correspond as nearly as practicable with the number of officers and men actually present. All means of transportation in excess of the prescribed standard will be immediately turned in to the depot, with the exception of the authorized supply trains, which will be under the direction of the Chief Quartermaster of Corps. The Chief Quartermaster of this army will direct the organization of the supply trains. 2. The army must be prepared to bivouac when on marches away from the depots. The allowance of tents will therefore be immediately reduced to the following standard, and no other accommodations must be expected until a permanent depot is established. For the headquarters of an army corps, division, or brigade, 1 wall tent for the general commanding, and 1 to every 2 officers of his staff. To each full regiment, for the colonel, field, and staff officers, 3 wall tents. For all other commissioned officers, 1 shelter tent each. For every 2 non-commissioned officers, soldiers, other servants, and camp followers, as far as they can be supplied, 1 shelter tent. 1 hospital tent will be allowed for office purposes at corps headquarters, and 1 wall tent at division and brigade headquarters. All tents in excess of this allowance will be immediately turned in to the depots. Tents of other patterns required to be exchanged for shelter tents will be turned in as soon as the latter can be obtained from the quartermaster's department. Under no circumstances will they be allowed to be carried when the army moves. 3. The allowance of officers' baggage will be limited to blankets, a small valise or carpet bag, and a reasonable mess kit. All officers will at once reduce their baggage to this standard. The men will carry no baggage except blankets and shelter tents. The chief quartermaster will provide storage on the transports for the knapsacks of the men and for the officers' surplus baggage. 4. Hospital tents must not be diverted from their legitimate use, except for offices as authorized in paragraph 2. 5. The wagons allowed to a regiment or battery must carry nothing but forage for the teams, cooking utensils for the men, hospital stores, small rations, and officers' baggage. One of the wagons allowed for a regiment will be used exclusively for hospital stores under the direction of the regimental surgeon. The wagon for regimental headquarters will carry grain for the officers' horses. At least 1½ of the wagons allowed to a battery or squadron will carry grain. 6. Hospital stores, ammunition, quartermaster stores, and subsistence stores in bulk will be transported in special trains. 7. Commanding officers will be held responsible that the reduction above ordered, especially of officers' baggage, is carried into effect at once, and corps commanders are specially charged to see that this responsibility is enforced. 8. On all marches, quartermasters will accompany and conduct their trains, under the orders of their commanding officers, so as never to obstruct the movement of troops. 9. All quartermasters and commissaries of subsistence will attend in person to the receipt and issue of supplies for their commands, and will keep themselves constantly informed of the situation of the depots, roads, etc. 9. All quartermasters and commissaries of subsistence will attend in person to the receipt and issue of supplies for their commands, and will keep themselves constantly informed of the situation at the depots, roads, etc. By command of Major General McClellan. S. Williams, Assistant Adjutant General. Official, Aide-de-camp. This order quite distinctly shows some of the valuable lessons taught by that eventful campaign before Richmond, more especially the necessity of limiting the amount of camp equipage and the transportation to be used for that purpose. But it further outlines the beginnings of the supply trains, and to these I wish to direct special attention. I have thus far only referred to the transportation provided for the camp equipage, but subsistence for man and beast must be taken along. Clothing, to replace the wear and tear of service, must be provided. Ammunition in quantity and variety must be at ready command. Entrenching tools were indispensable in an active campaign, all of which was most forcibly demonstrated on the peninsula. Some effort, I believe, was made to establish these trains before that campaign began, but everything was confusion when compared with the system which was now inaugurated by Colonel, now General, Rufus Ingalls, when he became Chief Quartermaster of the Army of the Potomac. Through his persevering zeal, trains for the above purposes were organized. All strife for the lead on the march vanished, for every movement was governed by orders from army headquarters, under the direction of the Chief Quartermaster. He prescribed the roads to be traveled over, which corps trains should lead, and which should bring up the rear, where more than one took the same roads. All of the corps trains were massed before a march, and the Chief Quartermaster of some corps was selected and put in charge of this consolidated train. The other corps quartermasters had charge of their respective trains, each in turn having his division and brigade quartermasters subject to his orders. There never was a corps better organized than was the Quartermaster's Corps with the Army of the Potomac in 1864, says Grant in his Memoirs. Let us see a little more clearly what a corps train included. I can do no better than to incorporate here the following order of General Meade. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, August 21, 1863. General Orders, No. 83. In order that the amount of transportation in this army shall not in any instance exceed the maximum allowance prescribed in General Order No. 274 of August 7, 1863, from the War Department, and to further modify and reduce baggage and supply trains, heretofore authorized, the following allowances are established and will be strictly enforced, viz. 1. The following is the maximum amount of transportation to be allowed to this army in the field. To the headquarters of an army corps, 2 wagons or 8 pack mules. To the headquarters of a division or brigade, 1 wagon or 5 pack mules. To every 3 company officers, when detached or serving without wagons, 1 pack mule. To every 12 company officers, when detached, 1 wagon or 4 pack mules. To every 2 staff officers not attached to any headquarters, 1 pack mule. To every 10 staff officers serving similarly, 1 wagon or 4 pack mules. The above will include transportation for all personal baggage, mess chests, cooking utensils, desks, papers, etc. The weight of officers' baggage in the field, specified in the Army Regulations, will be reduced so as to bring it within the foregoing schedule. All excess of transportation now with Army Corps, divisions, brigades, and regiments, or batteries, over the allowances herein prescribed, will be immediately turned into the Quartermaster's Department to be used in the trains. Commanding officers of corps, division, etc., will immediately cause inspections to be made, and will be held responsible for the strict execution of this order. Commissary stores and forage will be transported by the trains, where these are not convenient of access, and where troops act in detachments. The Quartermaster's Department will assign wagons or park animals for that purpose. But the baggage of officers or of troops or camp equipage will not be permitted to be carried to the wagons or on the pack animals so assigned. The assignment for transportation, for ammunition, hospital stores, subsistence, and forage will be made in proportion to the amount ordered to be carried. The number of wagons is hereinafter prescribed. The allowance of spring wagons and saddle horses for contingent wants, and of camp and garrison equipage, will remain as established by circular dated July 17, 1863. For each full regiment of infantry and cavalry of 1,000 men, for baggage, camp equipage, etc., 6 wagons. For each regiment of infantry less than 700 men and more than 500 men, 5 wagons. For each regiment of infantry less than 500 men and more than 300 men, 4 wagons. For each regiment of infantry less than 300 men, 3 wagons. 3. For each battery of 4 and 6 guns, for personal baggage, mess chests, cooking utensils, desks, papers, etc., 1 and 2 wagons respectively. For ammunition trains, the number of wagons will be determined and assigned upon the following rules. First, multiply each 12-powder gun by 122 and divide by 112. Second, multiply each rifle gun by 50 and divide by 140. Third, for each 20-powder gun, 1½ wagons. Fourth, for each siege gun, 2½ wagons. Fifth, for the general supply train of reserve ammunition of 20 rounds to each gun in the Army, to be kept habitually with artillery reserve, 54 wagons. For each battery to carry its proportion of subsistence forage, etc., 2 wagons. The supply train for forage, subsistence, quartermaster's stores, etc., for each 1,000 men, cavalry and infantry, 7 wagons. To every 1,000 men, cavalry and infantry, for small arm ammunition, 5 wagons. To each 1,500 men, cavalry and infantry, for hospital supplies, 3 wagons. To each army corps, except the cavalry, for entrenching tools, etc., 6 wagons. To each corps headquartermaster, for the carrying of subsistence forage and other stores, not provided for herein, 3 wagons. To each division headquarters for similar purpose as above, 2 wagons. To each brigade headquarters for similar purpose as above, 1 wagon. To each brigade, cavalry and infantry, for commissary stores for sales to officers, 1 wagon. To each division, cavalry and infantry, for hauling forage for ambulance, animals, portable forages, etc., 1 wagon. To each division, cavalry and infantry, for carrying armorer's tools, parts of muskets, extra arms, and accoutrements, 1 wagon. It is expected that each ambulance and each wagon, whether in the baggage, supply, or ammunition train, will carry the necessary forage for its own team. By command of Major General Meade, S. Williams, Assistant Adjutant General, Official, Assistant Adjutant General. As the transportation was reduced in quantity, the capacity of what remained was put to a severer test. For example, when the Army of the Potomac went into the Wilderness in 1864, each wagon was required to carry 5 days' forage for its animals, 600 pounds, and if its other freight was rations, it might be 6 barrels of salt pork, and 4 barrels of coffee or 10 barrels of sugar. 40 boxes of hardtack was a load, not so much because of its weight, as because a wagon would hold no more. It even excluded the forage to carry this number. In the final campaign against Lee, Grant allowed for baggage and camp equipage 3 wagons to a regiment of over 700 men, 2 wagons to a regiment of less than 700 and more than 300, and 1 wagon to less than 300. 1 wagon was allowed to a field battery. But, notwithstanding the reductions ordered at different times, extra wagons were often smuggled along. One captain in charge of a train tells of keeping a wagon and 6 mules of his own more than orders allowed, and whenever the inspecting officer was announced as coming, the wagon, in charge of this man, Mike, was driven off under cover and not returned till the inspection was completed. This enabled him to take along quite a personal outfit for himself and friends. But his experience was not unique. There were many other contraband mule teams smuggled along in the same way for the same object. In leaving Chattanooga to adventure into Georgia, General Sherman reduced his transportation to one baggage wagon and one ambulance for a regiment, and a pack horse or mule for the officers of each company. His supply trains were limited in their loads to food, ammunition, and clothing, and wall tents were forbidden to be taken along, barring one for each headquarters, the gallant old veteran setting the example by taking only a tent fly, which was pitched over saplings or fence rails. The general has recorded in his Memoirs that his orders were not strictly obeyed in this respect, Thomas being the most noted exception, who could not give up his tent and, "had a big wagon which could be converted into an office, and this we used to call Thomas's Circus." In starting on his march to the sea, Sherman issued Special Field Orders No. 120. Paragraph 3 of this order reads as follows: "There will be no general train of supplies, but each corps will have its ammunition train and provision train distributed habitually as follows: behind each regiment shall follow one wagon and one ambulance. Behind each brigade should follow a due proportion of ammunition wagons, provision wagons, and ambulances. In case of danger, each corps commander should change this order of march by having his advance and rear brigades unencumbered by wheels. The separate columns will start habitually at 7 a.m. and make about 15 miles per day, unless otherwise fixed in orders." I presume the allowance remained about the same for the Wilderness Campaign as that given in Orders No. 83. General Hancock says that he started into the Wilderness with 27,000 men. Now, using this fact in connection with the general order, a little rough reckoning will give an approximate idea of the size of the train of these corps. Without going into details, I may say that the total train of the Second Corps, not including the ambulances, could not have been far from 800 wagons, of which about 600 carried the various supplies, and the remainder the baggage, the camp equipage of the corps. When the army was in settled camp, the supply trains went into park by themselves, but the baggage wagons were retained with their corps, division, brigade, or regimental headquarters. When a march was ordered, however, these wagons waited only long enough to receive their freight of camp equipage, when away they went in charge of their respective quartermasters, who joined the corps supply train. I have alluded to the strength of a single corps train, but the Second Corps comprised only about 1/5 of the Union Army in the Wilderness, from which a little arithmetic will enable one to get a tolerably definite idea of the impedimenta of this one army, even after a great reduction in the original amount had been made. There were probably over 4,000 wagons following the Army of the Potomac into the Wilderness. An idea of the ground such a train would cover may be obtained by knowing that a 6-mule team took up on the road, say 40 feet, but of course they did not travel at close intervals. The nature of the country determined, in some degree, their distance apart. In going up or down hill, a liberal allowance was made for balky or headstrong mules. Colonel Wilson, the chief commissary of the army, in an interesting article to the United Service Magazine, 1880, has stated that could the train which was requisite to accompany the army on the Wilderness Campaign have been extended in a straight line, it would have spanned the distance between Washington and Richmond, being about 130 miles. I presume this estimate includes the ambulance train also. On the basis of 3 to a regiment, there must have been as many as 150 to a corps. These, on ordinary marches, followed immediately in the rear of their respective divisions. When General Sherman started for the sea, his army of 60,000 men was accompanied by almost 2,500 wagons and 600 ambulances. These were divided nearly equally between his 4 corps, each corps commander managing his own train. In this campaign, the transportation had the roads, while the infantry plodded along by the roadside. The supply trains, it will now be understood, were the traveling depot or reservoir from which the army replenished its needs. When these wagons were emptied, they were at once sent back to the base of supplies, to be reloaded with precisely the same kind of material as before. and empty wagons had always to leave the road clear for loaded ones. Unless under a pressure of circumstances, all issues except of ammunition were made at night. By this plan the animals of the supply consumed their forage at the base of supplies, and thus saved hauling it. It was a welcome sight to the soldiers, when rations drew low or were exhausted, to see these wagons drive up to the line. They were not impedimenta to the army just then. It has sometimes been thought that the wagon train was a glorious refuge from the dangers and hard labors endured at the front, but such was not the case. It was one of the most wearying departments of the service. The officers in immediate charge were especially burdened with responsibility, as the statement above illustrates. They were charged to have their trains at a given point at or before a specified time. It must be there. There was no, "if convenient," or "if possible," attached to the order. The troops must have their rations, or, more important still, the ammunition must be at hand in case of need. Sometimes they would accomplish the task assigned without difficulty, but it was the exception. Of course they could not start until the army had got out of the way. Then the roads, already cut up somewhat by the artillery, were soon rendered next to impassable by the moving trains. Quartermaster in charge of a train would be called upon to extricate a wagon here that was blocking the way, to supply the place of a worn-out horse or mule there, to have a stalled wagon unloaded and its contents distributed among other wagons, to keep the train well closed up, to keep the right road even by night, when, of necessity, much of their traveling was done. And if, with a series of such misfortunes befalling him, the quartermaster reached his destination a few hours late, his chances were very good for being roundly sworn at by his superior officers for his delinquency. During the progress of the train, it may be said, the quartermaster would ease his nervous and troubled spirit by swearing at careless or unfortunate mule drivers, who in turn would make the air blue with profanity addressed to their mules, individually or collectively, so that the anxiety to get through was felt by all the moving forces in the train. A large number of these drivers were civilians early in the war, but owing to their lack of subordination which many of them showed, their places were largely supplied later by enlisted men, upon whom Uncle Sam had his grip, and who could not resign or "swear back" without penalty. The place of the trains on an advance was in the rear of the army, on the retreat in front as a rule. If they were passing through a dangerous section of country, they were attended by a guard, sometimes of infantry, sometimes cavalry. The strength of the guard varied with the nature of the danger expected. Sometimes a regiment, sometimes a brigade or division, was detailed from a corps for the duty. The nature of Sherman's march was such that trains and troops went side by side, as already referred to. The colored division of the 9th Corps served as train guard for the transportation of the Army of the Potomac from the Rapidan to the James in 1864. When ammunition was wanted by a battery or a regiment in the line of battle, a wagon was sent forward from the train to supply it, the train remaining at a safe distance in the rear. The nearness of the wagon's approach was governed somewhat by the nature of the ground. If there was cover to screen it from the enemy, like a hill or a piece of woods, it would come pretty near, but if exposed it would keep further away. When it was possible to do so, supplies both of subsistence and ammunition were brought up by night when the army was in line of battle, for, as I have said elsewhere, a mule team or a mule train under fire was a diverting spectacle to everyone but the mule drivers. One of the most striking reminiscences of the wagon train which I remember relates to a scene enacted in the fall of '63. In that campaign of maneuvers between Meade and Lee, my own corps, 3rd, reached Centerville Heights before sunset. In fact, was, I think, the first corps to arrive. At all events, we had anticipated the most of the trains. At that hour, General Warren was having a lively row with the enemy at Bristow Station, 8 or 9 miles away. As the twilight deepened, The flash of his artillery and the smoke of the conflict were distinctly visible in the horizon. The landscape between this stirring scene and our standpoint presented one of the most animated spectacles that I ever saw in the service. Its most attractive feature was the numerous wagon trains, whose long lines, stretching away for miles over the open plain, were hastening forward to a place of refuge, all converging towards a common center, the high ground lying along the hither side of Bull Run. The officers in charge of the trains, made somewhat nervous by the sounds of conflict reaching them from the rear, impatiently urged on the drivers, who, in turn, with lusty lungs uttered vigorous oaths at the mules, punctuated by blows or cracks of the black snake that equaled in volume the intonations of a rifle, and these jumped into their harnesses and took the wagons along over stumps and through gullies with as great alacrity as if the chief strain and responsibility of the campaign centered in themselves. An additional feature of animation was presented by the columns of infantry from the other corps, which alternated in the landscape with the lines of wagons, winding along the camp, tired and footsore, but without apparent concern. I do not now remember any other time in my experience when so large a portion of the materiel and personnel of the army could have been covered by a single glance, as I saw in the gathering twilight of that October afternoon. The system of designating the troops by corps badges was extended to the transportation, and every wagon was marked on the side of the canvas covering with the corps badge, perhaps 18 inches in diameter, and of the appropriate color to designate the division to which it belonged. In addition to this, the number of its division, brigade, and the nature of its contents, whether rations, forage, clothing, or ammunition, and, if the latter, the kind, whether artillery or musket, and the caliber, were plainly stenciled in large letters on the cover. All this and much more went to indicate as perfect organization in the trains as in the army itself, and to these men, who were usually furthest from the fray, for whom few words of appreciation have been uttered by distinguished writers on the war, I gladly put on record my humble opinion that the country is as much indebted as for the work of the soldiers in line. They acted well their part, and all honor to them for it. A regular army officer, who had a large experience in charge of trains, has suggested that a bugler for each brigade or division train would have been a valuable auxiliary for starting or halting the trains, or for regulating the camp duties, as in artillery and cavalry. It seems strange that so commendable a proposition was not thought of at the time. In 1863, while the army was lying at Belle Plain after the memorable Mud March, large numbers of colored refugees came into camp. Every day saw some old cart or antiquated wagon, the relic of better days in the Old Dominion, unloading its freight of contrabands, who had thus made their entrance into the lines of Uncle Sam and freedom. As a large number of these vehicles had accumulated near his headquarters, General Wadsworth, then commanding the 1st Division of the 1st Corps, conceived the novel idea of forming a supply train of them, using as draft steers, to be selected from the corps, cattle herd and broken for that purpose. His plan, more in detail, was to load the carts at the base of supplies with what rations they would safely carry, dispatch them to the troops wherever they might be, issue the rations, slaughter the oxen for fresh beef, and use the wagons for fuel to cook it. A very practical scheme at first view, surely. A detail of mechanics was made to put the wagons in order. A requisition was drawn for yokes, and Captain Ford of a Wisconsin regiment, who had had experience in such work, was detailed to break in the steers to yoke and draft. The captain spent all winter and the following spring in perfecting the "bull train," as it was called. The first serious setback the plan received resulted from feeding the steers with unsoaked hard bread, causing several of them to swell up and die. But the general was not yet ready to give up the idea, and so continued the organization. Chancellorsville battle came when all the trains remained in camp, but the day of trial was near. When the army started on the Gettysburg campaign, Captain Ford put his train in rear of the corps wagon train, and started with the inevitable result. The mules and horses walked right away from the oxen, in spite of the goading and lashing and yelling of their drivers. By nightfall they were doomed to be 2 or 3 miles behind the main train, an easy prey for Mosby's guerrilla band. At last, the labor of keeping it up and the anxiety for its safety were so intense that before the Potomac was reached, the animals were returned to the herd. The supplies were transferred or issued, the wagons were burned, and the pet scheme of General Wadsworth was abandoned as impracticable. Quite nearly akin to this bull train was the train organized by Grant after the Battle of Port Gibson. His army was east of the Mississippi. His ammunition train was west of it. Wagon transportation for ammunition must be had. Provisions could be taken from the country. He says, quote, "I directed, therefore, immediately on landing, that all the vehicles and draft animals, whether horses, mules, or oxen, in the vicinity should be collected and loaded to their capacity with ammunition." Quite a train was collected during the 30th, and a motley train it was. In it could be found fine carriages loaded nearly to the top with boxes of cartridges that had been pitched in promiscuously, drawn by mules with plow harness, straw collars, rope lines, etc. Long coupled wagons with racks for carrying cotton bales, drawn by oxen, and everything that could be found in the way of transportation on a plantation, either for use or pleasure. End quote. Volume 1, page 488. Here is another incident which will well illustrate the trials of a trained quartermaster. At the opening of the campaign in 1864, Wilson's cavalry division joined the Army of the Potomac. Captain Ludington, now Lieutenant Colonel U.S.A., was chief quartermaster of its supply train. It is a settled rule guiding the movement of trains that the cavalry supplies shall take precedence in a move, as the cavalry itself is wont to precede the rest of the army. Through some oversight of the chief quartermaster of the army, General Ingalls, the captain had received no order of march, and after waiting until the head of the infantry supply trains appeared, well understanding that his place was ahead of them on the march, he moved out of park into the road. At once he encountered the chief quartermaster of the corps train, and a hot and wordy contest ensued, in which vehement language found ready expression. While this dispute for place was at white heat, General Meade and his staff rode by, and saw the altercation in progress without halting to inquire into its cause. After he had passed some distance up the road, Meade sent back an aide with his compliments to ascertain what train that was struggling for the road, who was in charge of it, and with what it was loaded. Captain Ludington informed him that it was Wilson's cavalry supply train, loaded with forage and rations. These facts the aide reported faithfully to Meade, who sent him back again to inquire particularly if that really was Wilson's cavalry train. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he again carried the same to General Meade, who immediately turned back in his tracks and came furiously back to Ludington. Uttering a volley of oaths, he asked him what he meant by throwing all the trains into confusion. Quote, "You ought to have been out there hours ago," he continued. "I have a great mind to hang you to the nearest tree. You are not fit to be a quartermaster." End quote. In this manner, General Meade rated the innocent captain for a few moments, and then rode away. When he had gone, General Ingalls dropped back from the staff a moment, with a laugh at the interview, and, on learning the captain's case, told him to remain where he was until he received an order from him. Thereupon Ludington withdrew to a house that stood not far away from the road, and, taking a seat on the veranda, entered into conversation with 2 young ladies who resided there. Soon after he had thus comfortably disposed himself, who should appear upon the highway but Sheridan, who was in command of all the cavalry with the army. On discovering the train at a standstill, he rode up and asked, quote, "What train is this?" "The supply train of Wilson's cavalry division," was the reply of a teamster. "Who's in charge of it?" "Captain Ludington." "Where is he?" "There. He sits yonder talking to those ladies." "Give him my compliments, and tell him I want to see him." End quote, said Sheridan, much wrought up at the situation, apparently thinking that the train was being delayed that his quartermaster might spend further time in gentle dalliance with the ladies. As soon as the captain approached, the general charged forward impetuously, as if he would ride the captain down, and, with one of those terrible oaths for which he was famous, demanded to know what he was there for, why he was not out at daylight, and on after his division. As Ludington attempted to explain, Sheridan cut him off by opening his battery of abuse again, threatening to have him shot for his incompetency and delay, and ordering him to take the road at once with his train. Having exhausted all the strong language in the vocabulary, he rode away, leaving the poor captain in a state of distress that can be only partially imagined. When he had finally got somewhat settled after this rough stirring up, he took a review of the situation, and, having weighed the threatened hanging by General Meade, the request to await his orders from General Ingalls, the threatened shooting of General Sheridan, and the original order of General Wilson, which was to be on hand with the supplies at a certain specified time and place, Ludington decided to wait orders from General Ingalls, and resume the company of the ladies. At last the orders came, and the captain moved his train, spending the night on the road in the wilderness, and when morning dawned had reached a creek over which it was necessary for him to throw a bridge before it could be crossed. So he set his teamsters at work to build a bridge. Hardly had they begun felling trees before up rode the chief quartermaster of the 6th Corps train, anxious to cross. An agreement was entered into, however, that they should build the bridge together, and the corps quartermaster set his pioneers at work with Ludington's men, and the bridge was soon finished. Recognizing the necessity for the cavalry train to take the lead, the corps quartermaster had assented that it should pass the bridge first, when it was completed, and on the arrival of that moment the train was put in motion. But just then a prompt and determined chief quartermaster of a 6th Corps division train, unaware of the understanding had between his superior, the corps quartermaster and Captain Ludington, rode forward and insisted on crossing first. A struggle for precedence immediately set in. The contest waxed warm, and language more forcible than polite was waking the woodland echoes, when who should appear on the scene again but General Meade. On seeing Ludington engaged as he saw him the day before, it aroused his wrath most unreasonably, and, riding up to him, he shouted with an oath, "What! Are you here again?" And shaking his fist in his face, he continued, quote, "I am sorry now that I did not hang you yesterday, as I threatened." End quote. The captain, exhausted and out of patience with the trials which he had encountered, replied that he sincerely wished he had, and was sorry that he was not already dead. The arrival of the chief quartermaster of the 6th Corps at this time ended the dispute for precedence, and Ludington went his way without further vexatious delays to overtake his cavalry division. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 20 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Army Road and Bridge Builders. A line of black which bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Longfellow. If there is one class of men in this country who, more than all others, should appreciate spacious and well-graded highways, or ready means of transit from one section into another, that class is the veterans of the Union Army. For those among them who hoofed it from 2 to 4 years in rebeldom traveled more miles across country in that period than they did on regularly constituted thoroughfares. Now through the woods, now over the open, then crossing a swamp or wading a river of varying depth, here tearing away a fence obstructing the march, there filling a ditch with rails to smooth the passage of the artillery. In fact, short cuts were so common and popular that the men endured the obstacles they often presented with the utmost good nature, knowing that every rood of travel thus saved meant fewer foot blisters and an earlier arrival in camp. But there was a portion of the army which could not often indulge in short cuts, which must find a way, or make it, or have it made for them by others. And as some time and much skill and labor were necessary in laying out and completing such a way in an efficient manner, a body of men was enlisted for the exclusive purpose of doing this kind of work. Such a body was the Engineer Corps, often called the sappers and miners of the army, but so little sapping and mining was done, and that little mainly by the fighting forces, that I shall speak of this body of men as engineers, the name which I believe they prefer. In the Army of the Potomac, this corps was composed of the 15th and 50th New York regiments of volunteers and a battalion of regulars comprising 3 companies. They started out with McClellan in the Peninsular Campaign, and from that time till the close of the war were identified with the movements of this army. These engineers went armed as infantry for purposes of self-defense only, for fighting was not their legitimate business, nor was it expected of them. There were emergencies in the history of the army when they were drawn up in line of battle. Such was the case with a part of them, at least at Antietam, Gettysburg, and the Wilderness. But so far as I can learn, they were never actively engaged. The engineers' special duties were to make roads passable for the army by corduroying sloughs, building trestle bridges across small streams, laying pontoon bridges over rivers, and taking up the same, laying out and building fortifications, and slashing. Corduroying called at times for a large amount of labor, for Virginia mud was such a foe to rapid transit that miles upon miles of this sort of road had to be laid to keep ready communication between different portions of the army. Where the ground was miry, 2 stringers were laid longitudinally of the road, and on these the corduroy of logs, averaging perhaps 4 inches in diameter, was laid, and a cover of brush was sometimes spread upon it to prevent mules from thrusting their legs through. Where the surface was simply muddy, no stringers were used. It should be said here that by far the greater portion of this variety of work fell to fatigue details from the infantry, as did much more of the labor which came within the scope of the engineers' duties, for the latter could not have accomplished 1/5 of the tasks devolved upon them in time. In fact, if I except the laying and taking up of pontoon bridges and the laying out and superintending of the building of forts, there were none of the engineers' duties which were not performed by the fighting force to a large extent. I state this not in detraction of the engineers, who always did well, but in justice to the infantry, who so often supplemented the many and trying duties of their own department with the accomplishments of the engineer corps. The quartermaster of the army had a large number of wagons loaded with intrenching tools, with which to supply the troops when their services were required as engineers. The building of trestle bridges called for much labor from the engineers with the Army of the Potomac, for Virginia is gridironed with small streams. These, bear in mind, the troops could ford easily, but the heavily loaded trains must have bridges to cross on, or each ford would soon have been choked with mired teams. Sometimes the bridges built by the natives were still standing, but they had originally been put up for local travel only, not to endure the tramp and rack of moving armies and their thousands of tons of impedimenta, wherefore the engineers would take them in hand and strengthen them to the point of present efficiency. So well was much of this work done that it endures in places today as a monument to their thoroughness and fidelity, and a convenience to the natives of those sections. When a line of works was laid out through woods, much slashing or felling of trees was necessary in its front. This was especially necessary in front of forts and batteries. Much of this labor was done by the engineers. The trees were felled with their tops toward the enemy, leaving stumps about 3 feet high. The territory covered by these fallen trees was called the slashes, hence slashing. No large body of the enemy could safely attempt a passage through such an obstacle. It was a strong defense for a weak line of works. The gabions, being hollow cylinders of wicker work without a bottom, filled with earth and placed on the earthworks. The fascines, being bundles of small sticks bound at both ends and intermediate points, to aid in raising batteries, filling ditches, etc. Chevaux de frise, a piece of timber traversed with wooden spikes, used especially as a defense against cavalry. The abatis, a row of the large branches of trees, sharpened and laid close together, points outward, with the butts pinned to the ground. The fraise, a defense of pointed sticks fastened into the ground at such an incline as to bring the points breast high. All these were fashioned by the engineer corps in vast numbers when the army was besieging Petersburg in 1864. But the crowning work of this corps, as it always seemed to me, the department of their labor for which I believe they will be the longest remembered, was that of pontoon bridge laying. The word ponton or pontoon is borrowed from both the Spanish and French languages, which in turn derive it from their parent Latin, pons, meaning a bridge. But it has now come to mean a boat, and the men who build such bridges are called by the French pontonniers. In fact, the system of pontoon bridges in use during the Rebellion was copied, I believe, almost exactly from the French model. The first pontoon bridge which I recall in history was built by Xerxes nearly 2,400 years ago across the Hellespont. It was over 4,000 feet long. A violent storm broke it up, whereupon the Persian got square by throwing 2 pairs of shackles into the sea and ordering his men to give it 300 strokes of a whip, while he addressed it in imperious language. Then he ordered all those persons who had been charged with the construction of the bridge to be beheaded. Immediately afterwards he had 2 other bridges built, one for the army to pass over, and the other for the baggage and beasts of burden. He appointed workmen more able and expert than the former, who went about it in this manner. They placed 360 vessels across, some of them having 3 banks of oars, and others 50 oars apiece, with their sides turned toward the Euxine, Black Sea, and on the side that faced the Aegean Sea they put 314. They then cast large anchors into the water on both sides, in order to fix and secure all these vessels against the violence of the winds and the current of the water. On the east side they left 3 passages or vacant spaces between the vessels, that there might be room for small boats to go and come easily, when there was occasion, to and from the Euxine Sea. After this, upon the land on both sides, they drove large piles into the earth, with huge rings fastened to them, to which were tied 6 vast cables, which went over each of the 2 bridges, 2 of which cables were made of hemp, and 4 of a sort of reeds called biblos, which were made use of in those times for the making of cordage. Those that were made of hemp must have been of an extraordinary strength and thickness, since every cubit in length weighed a talent, 42 pounds. The cables, laid over the whole extent of the vessels lengthwise, reached from one side to the other of the sea. When this part of the work was finished, quite over the vessels from side to side, and over the cables just described, they laid the trunks of trees cut for that purpose, and planks again over them, fastened and joined together to serve as a kind of floor or solid bottom, all of which they covered over with earth, and added rails or battlements on each side, that the horses and cattle might not be frightened at seeing the sea in their passage. Compare this bridge of Xerxes with that hereinafter described, and note the points of similarity. One of the earliest pontoons used in the Rebellion was made of India rubber. It was a sort of sack, shaped not unlike a torpedo, which had to be inflated before use. When thus inflated, 2 of these sacks were placed side by side, and on this buoyant foundation the bridge was laid. Their extreme lightness was a great advantage in transportation, but for some reason they were not used by the engineers of the Army of the Potomac. They were used in the Western Army, however, somewhat. General F.P. Blair's division used them in the Vicksburg campaign of 1863. Another pontoon which was adapted for bridge service may be described as a skeleton boat frame over which was stretched a cotton canvas cover. This was a great improvement over the tin or copper-covered boat frames which had been thoroughly tested and condemned. It was the variety used by Sherman's army almost exclusively. In starting for Savannah, he distributed his 10 pontoon trains among his 4 corps, giving to each about 900 feet of bridge material. These pontoons were suitably hinged to form a wagon body, in which was carried the canvas cover, anchor, chains, and a due proportion of other bridge materials. This kind of bridge was used by the volunteer engineers of the Army of the Potomac. I recall 2 such bridges. One spanned the Rapidan at Ely's Ford, and was crossed by the Second Corps the night of May 3, 1864, when it entered upon the Wilderness Campaign. The other was laid across the Po River by the 50th New York Engineers 7 days afterwards, and over this Hancock's veterans crossed, those at least who survived the battle of that eventful Tuesday, before nightfall. But all of the long bridges, notably those crossing the Chickahominy, the James, the Appomattox, which now come to my mind, were supported by wooden boats of the French pattern. These were 31 feet long, 2 feet 6 inches deep, 5 feet 4 inches wide at the top, and 4 feet at the bottom. They tapered so little at the bows and sterns as to be nearly rectangular, and when afloat the gunwales were about horizontal, having little of the curve of the skiff. The floor timbers of the bridge, known as balks, were 25½ feet long, and 4½ inches square on the end. 5 continuous lines of these were laid on the boats, 2 feet 10 inches apart. The flooring of the bridge, called chesses, consisted of boards having a uniform length of 14 feet, a width of 12 inches, and a thickness of 1½ inches. To secure the chesses in place, side rails of about the same dimensions as the balks were laid upon them over the outer balks, to which the rails were fastened by cords known as rack lashings. The distance between the centers of 2 boats in position is called a bay. The distance between the boats is 13 feet 10 inches. The distance between the side rails is 11 feet, this being the width of the roadway. An abutment had to be constructed at either end of a bridge, which was generally done by settling a heavy timber horizontally in the ground, level with the top of the bridge, confining it there by stakes. A proper approach was then made to this, sometimes by grading, sometimes by corduroying, sometimes by cutting away the bank. The boats, with all the other bridge equipage, were carried upon wagons, which together were known as the pontoon train. Each wagon was drawn by 6 mules. A single boat, with its anchor and cable, formed the entire load for one team. The balks were loaded on the wagons by themselves, as were also the chesses and the side rails on others. This system facilitated the work of the pontonniers. In camp, the pontoon train was located near Army headquarters. On the march, it would naturally be in the rear of the Army, unless its services were soon to be made use of. If, when the column had halted, we saw this train and its bodyguard, the engineers, passing to the front, we at once concluded that there was one wide river to cross, and we might as well settle down for a while, cook some coffee, and take a nap. In order to get a better idea of pontoon bridge laying, let us follow such a train to the river and note the various steps in the operation. If the enemy is not holding the opposite bank, the wagons are driven as near as practicable to the brink of the water, unloaded, and then driven off out of the way. To avoid confusion and expedite the work, the corps is divided up into the abutment, boat, balk, lashing, chess, and side rail parties. Each man therefore knows just what he has to do. The abutment party takes the initiative by laying the abutment and preparing the approaches as already described. Sometimes, when the shore was quite marshy, trestle work or a crib of logs was necessary in completing this duty. But as the army rarely approached a river except over a recognized thoroughfare, such work was the exception. While this party has been vigorously prosecuting its special labors, the boat party, 6 in number, have got a pontoon afloat, manned it, and ridden it to a point a proper distance above the line of the proposed bridge, dropped anchor, and, paying out cable, drop down alongside the abutment and go ashore. The balk party are on hand with 5 balks, 2 men to each, and having placed these so that one end projects 6 inches beyond the outer gunwale of the boat, they make way for the lashing party, who lash them in place at proper intervals as indicated on the gunwales. The boat is then pushed into the stream the length of the balks, the hither ends of which are at once made fast to the abutment. The chess party now step to the front and cover the balks with flooring to within 1 foot of the pontoon. Meanwhile, the boat party has launched another pontoon, dropped anchor in the proper place, and brought it alongside the first. The balk party, also ready with another bay of balks, lay them for the lashing party to make fast, the boat being then pushed off broadside to as before, and the free end of the balks lashed so as to project 6 inches over the shore gunwale of the first boat. By this plan it may be seen that each balk and bay of balks completely spans 2 pontoons. This gives the bridge a firm foundation. The chess party continue their operations as before to within a foot of the second boat. And now, when the third bay of the bridge is begun, the side rail party appears, placing their rails on the chesses over the outside balks, to which they firmly lash them, the chesses being so constructed that the lashings pass between them for this purpose. The foregoing operations are repeated, bay after bay, till the bridge reaches the farther shore, when the building of another abutment and its approaches completes the main part of the work. It then remains to scatter the roadway of the bridge with a light covering of hay or straw or sand to protect it from wear, and perhaps some straightening here and tightening there may be necessary. But the work is now done, and all of the personnel and materiel may cross with perfect safety. No rapid movements are allowed, however, and man and beast must pass over at a walk. A guard of engineers is posted at the abutment, ordering route step, as the troops strike the bridge, and sentries at intervals repeat this caution further along. By keeping the cadence in crossing, the troops would subject the bridge to a much greater strain and settle it deeper in the water. It was shown over and over again that nothing so tried a bridge as a column of infantry. The current idea is that the artillery and the trains must have given it the severest test, which was not the case. In taking up a bridge, the order adopted was the reverse of that followed in laying it, beginning with the end next to the enemy and carrying the chess and balks back to the other shore by hand. The work was sometimes accelerated by weighing all anchors and detaching the bridge from the further abutment, allowing it to swing bodily around to the hither shore to be dismantled. One instance is remembered when this maneuver was executed with exceeding dispatch. It was after the army had recrossed the Rappahannock following the Battle of Chancellorsville. So nervous were the engineers lest the enemy should come upon them at their labors that they did not even wait to pull up anchors, but cut every cable and cast loose, glad enough to see their flotilla on the retreat after the army, and more delighted still not to be attacked by the enemy during the operation, so says one of their number. One writer on the war speaks of the engineers as grasping not the musket but the hammer, a misleading remark, for not a nail is driven into the bridge at any point. When the Army of the Potomac retreated from before Richmond in 1862, it crossed the lower Chickahominy on a bridge of boats and rafts 1,980 feet long. This was constructed by 3 separate working parties, employed at the same time, one engaged at each end and one in the center. It was the longest bridge built in the war, of which I have any knowledge, save one, and that was the bridge built across the James below Wilcox's Landing in 1864. This latter was a remarkable achievement in pontoon engineering. It was over 2,000 feet long, and the channel boats were firmly anchored in 13 fathoms of water. The engineers began it during the forenoon of June 14th and completed the task at midnight. It was built under the direction of General Benham for the passage of the wagon trains and a part of the boats, while the rest crossed in steamers and ferry boats. But pontoon bridges were not always laid without opposition or interference from the enemy. Perhaps they made the most stubborn contest to prevent the laying of bridges across the Rappahannock before Fredericksburg in December 1862. The pontonniers had partially laid one bridge before daylight, but when dawn appeared, the enemy's sharpshooters, who had been posted in buildings on the opposite bank, opened so destructive a fire upon them that they were compelled to desist, and 2 subsequent attempts to continue the work, though desperately made, were likewise brought to naught by the deadly fire of Mississippi rifles. At last 3 regiments, the 7th Michigan and the 19th and 20th Massachusetts, volunteered to cross the river and drive the enemy out of cover, which they did most gallantly, though not without considerable loss. They crossed the river in pontoon boats, charged up the steep bank opposite, drove out or captured the rebels holding the buildings, and in a short time the first pontoon bridge was completed. Others were laid nearby soon after. I think the engineers lost more men here, I mean now in actual combat, than in all their previous and subsequent service combined. Pontoon bridges were a source of great satisfaction to the soldiers. They were perfect marvels of stability and steadiness. No swaying motion was visible. To one passing across with a column of troops or wagons, no motion was discernible. It seemed as safe and secure as Mother Earth, and the army walked them with the same serene confidence as if they were. I remember one night while my company was crossing the Appomattox on the bridge laid at Point of Rocks that D. Webster Atkinson, a cannoneer, who stood about 6 feet and a quarter in boots, dear fellow, he was afterwards mortally wounded at Hatcher's Run, being well nigh asleep from the fatigue of the all-night march we were undergoing, walked off the bridge. Fortunately for him, he stepped not into 4 or 5 fathoms of water, but into a pontoon. As can readily be imagined, an unexpected step down of 2 feet and a half was quite an eye-opener to him, but barring a little lameness, he suffered no harm. The engineers, as a whole, led an enjoyable life of it in the service. Their labors were quite fatiguing while they lasted, it is true, but they were a privileged class when compared with the infantry. But they did well all that was required of them, and there was no finer body of men in the service. The winter quarters of the engineers were perhaps the most unique of any in the army. In erecting them, they gave their mechanical skill full play. Some of their officers' quarters were marvels of rustic design. The houses of one regiment in the winter of '63 and '64 were fashioned out of the straight cedar, which, being undressed, gave the settlement a quaint but attractive and comfortable appearance. Their streets were corduroyed, and they even boasted sidewalks of similar construction. Poplar Grove Church, erected by the 50th New York Engineers a few miles below Petersburg in 1864, still stands, a monument to their skill in rustic design. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 21 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Talking Flags and Torches. "Ho, my comrades, see the signal waving through the sky. Reinforcements now appearing. Victory is nigh." Yes, there were flags in the army which talked for the soldiers, and I cannot furnish a more entertaining chapter than one which will describe how they did it, when they did it, and what they did it for. True, all the flags used in the service told stories of their own. What more eloquent than Old Glory, with its 13 stripes, reminding us of our small beginning as a nation, its blue field, originally occupied by the cross of the English flag when Washington first gave it to the breeze in Cambridge, but replaced later by a cluster of stars which keep a tally of the number of states in the Union. What wealth of history its subsequent career as the national emblem suggests, making it almost vocal with speech. The corps, division, and brigade flags, too, told a little story of their own, in a manner already described. But there were other flags whose sole business it was to talk to one another, and the stories they told were immediately written down for the benefit of the soldiers or sailors. These flags were signal flags, and the men who used them and made them talk were known in the service as the Signal Corps. What was this corps for? Well, to answer that question at length would make quite a story, but in brief I may say that it was for the purpose of rapid and frequent communication between different portions of the land or naval forces. The army might be engaged with the enemy, on the march, or in camp, yet these signal men, with their flags, were serviceable in either situation, and in the former often especially so. But I will begin at the beginning and present a brief sketch of the origin of the Signal Corps. The system of signals used in both armies during the Rebellion originated with one man, Albert J. Meyer, who was born in Newburgh, New York. He entered the Army as an assistant surgeon in 1854, and while on duty in New Mexico and vicinity, the desirability of some better method of rapid communication than that of a messenger impressed itself upon him. This conviction, strengthened by his previous lines of thought in the same direction, he finally wrought out in a system of motion telegraphy. Note: these facts are taken from a small pamphlet written by Lieutenant J. Willard Brown of West Medford, Massachusetts, and issued by the Signal Corps Association. Other facts pertaining to signaling have been derived from a manual of signals written by General Meyer, Old Probabilities, himself, since the war. End note. Recognizing to some extent the value of his system, Congress created the position of Chief Signal Officer of the Army, and Surgeon Meyer was appointed by President Buchanan to fill it. Up to some time in 1863, Meyer was not the Chief Signal Officer alone, but the only signal officer commissioned as such, all others then in the Corps, and there were quite a number, being simply acting signal officers on detached service from various other regiments. One of the officers in the regular army, whom Surgeon Meyer had instructed in signaling while in New Mexico, went over to the enemy when the war broke out and organized a corps for them. From this small beginning of one man grew up the Signal Corps. As soon as the value of the idea had fairly penetrated the brains of those whose appreciation was needed to make it of practical value, details of men were made from the various regiments around Washington and placed in camps of instruction to learn the use of the signaling kit, so called. The chief article in this kit was a series of 7 flags, varying from 2 feet to 6 feet square. 3 of these flags, 1 6 feet, 1 4 feet, and 1 2 feet square, were white, and each had a block of red in the center, 1/3 the dimensions of the flag. That is, a flag 6 feet square had a center 2 feet square. 2 flags were black with white centers, and 2 were red with white centers. When the flags were in use, they were tied to a staff whose length varied with the size of the flag to be used. If the distance to signal was great, or obstructions intervened, a long staff and a large flag were necessary, but the 4-foot flag was the one in most common use. It will be readily inferred that the language of these flags was to be addressed to the eye and not the ear. To make that language plain, then, they must be distinctly seen by the persons whom they addressed. This will explain why they were of different colors. In making signals, the color of the flag to be used depended upon the color of the background against which it was to appear. For example, a white flag, even with a red center, could not be easily seen against the sky as a background. In such a situation, a black flag was necessary. With green or dark-colored backgrounds, the white flag was used, and in fact this was the flag of the signal service, having been used in all probability 9 times out of every 10 that signals were made. Before the deaf and dumb could be taught to talk, certain motions were agreed upon to represent particular ideas, letters, and figures. In a like manner, a key or code was constructed which interpreted the motions of the signal flag, for it talked by motions, and in accord with which the motions were made. Let me illustrate these motions by the accompanying cuts. Plate 1 represents a member of the Signal Corps in position, holding the flag directly above his head. The staff is vertical and grasped by both hands. This is the position from which all motions were made. Plate 2 represents the flagman making the numeral 2 or the letter I. This was done by waving the flag to the right and instantly returning it to the vertical position. To make a 1, the flag was waved to the left and instantly returned as before. See Plate 3. This the code translated as the letter T or the word the. 5 was made by waving the flag directly to the front and returning at once to the vertical. The signal code most commonly used included but 2 symbols, which made it simple to use. With these, not only could all the letters of the alphabet and all the numerals be communicated, but an endless variety of syllables, words, phrases, and statements besides. As a matter of fact, however, it contained several thousand combinations of numerals, with the significance of each combination attached to it. Let me illustrate still further by using the symbols 2 and 1. Let us suppose the flagman to make the signal for a 1 and follow it immediately with the motion for 2. This would naturally be read as 12, which the code showed to mean O. Similarly, 2 consecutive waves to the right, or 22, represented the letter N. 3 waves to the right and 1 to the left, or 2221, stood for the syllable TION. So by repeating the symbols and changing the combinations, we might have, for example, 2122, meaning the enemy are advancing, or 1122, the cavalry have halted, or 12211, 3 guns in position, or 1112, 2 miles to the left, all of which would appear in the code. Let us join a signal party for the sake of observing the method of communicating a message. Such a party, if complete, was composed of 3 persons, namely the signal officer commissioned in charge, with a telescope and field glasses, the flagman with his kit, and an orderly to take charge of the horses if the station was only temporary. The point selected from which to signal must be a commanding position, whether a mountain, a hill, a treetop, or a housetop. The station having been obtained, the flagman takes position, and the officer sweeps the horizon and intermediate territory with his telescope to discover another signal station where a second officer and flagman are posted. Having discovered such a station, the officer directs his man to call that station. This he does by signaling the number of the station, for each station had a number, repeating the same until his signal is seen and answered. It was the custom at stations to keep a man on the lookout with the telescope for signals constantly. Having got the attention of the opposite station, the officer sends his message. The flagman was not supposed to know the import of the message which he waved out with his flag. The officer called out the numerals, and the flagman responded with the required motions almost automatically when well practiced. At the end of each word, motion 5 was made once. At the end of a sentence, 5-5, and at the end of a message, 5-5-5. There were a few words and syllables which were conveyed by a single motion of the flag, but as a rule the words had to be spelled out, letter by letter, at least by beginners. Skilled signalists, however, used many abbreviations, and rarely found it necessary to spell out a word in full. So much for the manner of sending a message. Now let us join the party at the station where the message is being received. There we simply find the officer sitting at his telescope, reading the message being sent to him. Should he fail to understand any word, his own flagman signals an interruption and asks for a repetition of the message from the last word understood. Such occurrences were not frequent, however. The services of the Signal Corps were just as needful and valuable by night as in daylight, but as the flags could not then talk understandingly, talking torches were substituted for them. As a point of reference was needful by which to interpret the torch signals made, the flagman lighted a foot torch, at which he stood firmly, while he signaled with the flying torch. This latter was attached to a staff of the same length as the flagstaff, in fact, usually the flagstaff itself. These torches were of copper and filled with turpentine. At the end of a message, the flying torch was extinguished. The rapidity with which messages were sent by experienced operators was something wonderful to the uneducated looker-on. An ordinary message of a few lines can be sent in 10 minutes, and the rate of speed is much increased when officers have worked long together and understand each other's methods and abbreviations. Signal messages have been sent 28 miles, but that is exceptional. The conditions of the atmosphere and the location of the stations were seldom favorable to such long-distance signaling. Ordinarily, messages were not sent more than 6 or 7 miles. But there were exceptions. Here is a familiar but noted one. In the latter part of September, 1864, the rebel army under Hood set out to destroy the railroad communications of Sherman, who was then at Atlanta. The latter soon learned that Allatoona was the objective point of the enemy. As it was held only by a small brigade, whereas the enemy was seen advancing upon it in much superior numbers, Sherman signaled a dispatch from Vining's Station to Kennesaw, and from Kennesaw to Allatoona, whence it was again signaled to Rome. It requested General Corse, who was at the latter place, to hurry back to the assistance of Allatoona. Meanwhile, Sherman was propelling the main body of his army in the same direction. On reaching Kennesaw, the signal officer reported, says Sherman in his Memoirs, that since daylight he had failed to obtain any answer to his call for Allatoona. But while I was with him, he caught a faint glimpse of the telltale flag through an embrasure, and after much time he made out these letters, C-R-S-E-H-E-R, and translated the message, "Corse is here." It was a source of great relief, for it gave me the first assurance that General Corse had received his orders, and that the place was adequately garrisoned. General Corse has informed me that the distance between the two signal stations was about 16 miles in an air line. Several other messages passed later between these stations, among them this one, which has often been referred to. Allatoona, Georgia, October 6, 1864, 2 p.m. Captain L. M. Dayton, aide-de-camp. I am short a cheekbone and an ear, but am able to whip all hell yet. My losses are heavy. A force moving from Stilesboro to Kingston gives me some anxiety. Tell me where Sherman is. John M. Corse, Brigadier General. The occasions which called the Signal Corps into activity were various, but they were most frequently employed in reporting the movements of troops, sometimes of the Union, sometimes of the enemy. They took post on elevated stations, whether a hill, a tall tree, or the top of a building. Any position from which they could command a broad view of the surrounding country was occupied for their purpose. If nature did not always provide a suitable place for lookout, art came to the rescue, and signal towers of considerable height were built for this class of workers, who, like the cavalry, were the eyes of the army, if not the ears. I remember several of these towers which stood before Petersburg in 1864. They were of especial use there in observing the movements of troops within the enemy's lines, as they stood, I should judge, from 100 to 150 feet high. Although these towers were erected somewhat to the rear of the Union main lines and were a very open trestling, they were yet a conspicuous target for the enemy's long-range guns and mortar shells. Sometimes the nerve of the flagman was put to a very severe test as he stood on the summit of one of these frail structures, waving his flag, his situation too like that of Mahomet's coffin, while the Whitworth bolts whistled sociably by him, saying, "Where is he? Where is he?" or by another interpretation, "Which one? Which one?" Had one of these bolts hit a corner post of the lookout, the chances for the flagman and his lieutenant to reach the earth by a new route would have been favorable, although the engineers who built them claimed that with 3 posts cut away the tower would still stand. But as a matter of fact, I believe no shot ever seriously injured one of these towers, though tons weight of iron must have been hurled at them. The roof of the Avery House before Petersburg was used for a signal station, and the shells of the enemy's guns often tore through below, much to the alarm of the signal men above. Signaling was carried on during an engagement between different parts of the army. By calling for needed reinforcements, or giving news of their approach, or requesting ammunition, or reporting movements of the enemy, or noting the effects of shelling, in these and 100 kindred ways the Corps made their services valuable to the troops. Sometimes signal officers on shore communicated with others on shipboard, and in one instance Lieutenant Brown told me that through the information he imparted to a gunboat off Suffolk in 1863 regarding the effects of the shot which were thrown from it, General Longstreet had since written to him that the fire was so accurate he was compelled to withdraw his troops. The signals were made from the tower of the Masonic Hall in Suffolk, whence they were taken up by another signal party on the river bluff, and thence communicated to the gunboat. Not long since, General Sherman, in conversation, alluded to a correspondent of the New York Herald, whom he had threatened to hang, declaring that had he done so, his death would have saved 10,000 lives. The relation of this anecdote brings out another interesting phase of Signal Corps operations. It seems that one of our signal officers had succeeded in reading the signal code of the enemy, and had communicated the same to his fellow officers. With this code in their possession, the Corps was enabled to furnish valuable information directly from Rebel headquarters by reading the Rebel signals, continuing to do so during the Chattanooga and much of the Atlanta campaign, when the enemy's signal flags were often plainly visible. Suddenly, this source of information was completely cut off by the ambition of this correspondent to publish all the news, and the natural result was the enemy changed their code. This took place just before Sherman's attack on Kennesaw Mountain, June 1864, and it is to the hundreds slaughtered there that he probably referred. General Thomas was ordered to arrest the reporter and have him hanged as a spy, but old Pap Thomas's kind heart banished him to the north of Ohio for the remainder of the war instead. When Sherman's headquarters were at Big Shanty, there was a signal station located in his rear on the roof of an old gin house, and this signal officer, having the key to the enemy's signals, reported to Sherman that he had translated this signal from Pine Mountain to Marietta, "Send an ambulance for General Polk's body," which was the first tidings received by our army that the fighting bishop had been slain. He was hit by a shell from a volley of artillery fired by order of General Sherman. To the men in the other arms of the service, who saw this mysterious and almost continuous waving of flags, it seemed as if every motion was fraught with momentous import. What could it all be about, they would ask one another. A signal station was located in 6162 on the top of what was known as the Town Hall, since burned, in Poolesville, Maryland, within a few rods of my company's camp, and to the best of my recollection not an hour of daylight passed without more or less flag waving from that point. This particular squad of men did not seem at all fraternal, but kept aloof, as if, so we thought, they feared they might in an unguarded moment impart some of the important secret information which had been received by them from the station at Sugarloaf Mountain or Seneca. Since the war, I have learned that their apparently excited and energetic performances were for the most part only practice between the stations for the purpose of acquiring familiarity with the code and facility in using it. It may be thought that the duties of the Signal Corps were always performed in positions where their personal safety was never imperiled, but such was far from the fact. At the Battle of Atlanta, July 22, 1864, a signal officer had climbed a tall pine tree for the purpose of directing the fire of a section of the Union artillery which was stationed at its foot, the country being so wooded and broken that the artillerists could not certainly see the position of the enemy. The officer had nailed a succession of cleats up the trunk, and was on the platform which he had made in the top of the tree, acting as a signal officer, when the Rebels made a charge, capturing the 2 guns, and shot the officer dead at his post. During the Battle of Gettysburg, or at least while Sickles was contending at the Peach Orchard against odds, the signal men had their flags flying from Little Round Top. But when the day was lost, and Hood with his Texans pressed toward that important point, the signal officers folded their flags and prepared to visit other and less dangerous scenes. At that moment, however, General Warren of the 5th Corps appeared and ordered them to keep their signals waving as if a host were immediately behind them, which they did. From the important nature of the duties which they performed, the enemy could not look upon them with very tender regard, and this fact they made apparent on every opportunity. Here is an incident which I think has never been published. When General Nelson's division arrived at Shiloh, Lieutenant Joseph Hinson, commanding the Signal Corps attached to it, crossed the Tennessee, and reported to General Buell, after which he established a station on that side of the river, from which messages were sent having reference to the disposition of Nelson's troops. The crowd of stragglers, presumably from Grant's army, was so great as to continually obstruct his view, and in consequence he pressed into service a guard from among the stragglers themselves to keep his view clear, and placed his associate, Lieutenant Hart, in charge. Presently General Grant himself came riding up the bank, and, as luck would have it, came into Lieutenant Hinson's line of vision. Catching sight of a cavalry boot, without stopping to see who was in it, in his impatience, Lieutenant Hart sang out, "Get out of the way there! Ain't you got no sense?" Whereupon Grant very quietly apologized for his carelessness and rode over to the side of General Buell. When the lieutenant found he had been addressing or dressing a major general, his confusion can be imagined. One more incident illustrating the utility of signaling will close the chapter. After arriving before Fort McAllister, General Sherman sent General Hazen down the right bank of the Ogeechee to take the fort by assault, and himself rode down the left bank to a rice plantation, where General Howard had established a signal station to overlook the river and watch for vessels. The station was built on the top of a rice mill. From this point the fort was visible 3 miles away. In due time a commotion in the fort indicated the approach of Hazen's troops, and the signal officer discovered a signal flag about 3 miles above the fort, which he found was Hazen's, the latter inquiring if Sherman was there. He was answered affirmatively, and informed that Sherman expected the fort to be carried before night. Finally, Hazen signaled that he was ready, and was told to go ahead. Meanwhile, a small United States steamer had been descried coming up the river, and noticing the party at the rice mill, the following dialogue between signal flags ensued. "Who are you?" "General Sherman." "Is Fort McAllister taken?" "Not yet, but it will be in a minute." And in a few minutes it was taken, and the fact signaled to the naval officers on the boat, who were not in sight of the fort. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Maria Kasper. End of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings.